when we were speaking of my God.
Hello. Hello. Wait. What happened in the chat here? Okay, I had to go looking for the three rocks. They blended. Oh. Oh. I didn't see them on that screenshot. I don't see the three rocks. Okay. Okay. I see them here. Okay. Hello, hello. How is everybody that's actually here? Hello, Emmanuel. For a friend. Okay. How is everybody? What am I supposed to do? I don't even remember. Ah, yes. Season. Dungeon. Fractured Peaks. Keeper of the Keys. Collect the Whispering Keys. So that. Okay, that's doable. That's easily doable. I see. Okay, this is enough of this. I'd love to say, but I have to in the morning. Good luck with the stream. Thank you. Thank you for being here, even if briefly. How is wait, where's the other chat? I went on a jog earlier and now I can barely tell what's happening. Oh, I just started. Where are you at, fake Alec Kyle Parker? So let me set up the thing. There's things have been happening, okay? there's been things happening, and I wanna see what is even up. We're gonna check up on people. We're gonna check up on events. Where's the ptasie mleczko? We're gonna hit the YouTubes. Oh my god. You're not telling me, why not? You know, why people are reading about the new Superman show. Is this bad? Poor Superman. Poor Lois. People were mad at Lois Lane. Poor Lois Lane. Blizzard is paying people to quit their game. What? What? What is it that I'm hearing? The whispers. The whispers of people quitting Diablo 4. Well, not Diablo 4. Overwatch. Gee. Have you seen the Superman show? Is it really all that bad? Okay, let's check. What's President Sunday up to? Is President Sunday streaming? He is. I watched it briefly. What's this?
Voice.
What's this?
I guess he
I know
really
them. They reviewed the
oh yeah,
Callisto
you know that?
Protocol.
I'm like, this is like so you content. Or I'll link it in my chat and I'll link it in.
Is this good? Is this a good conversation?
Caldwell Gervais.
That was way too long of a name, so I assume not.
He does way too long videos. They exceed the length of your average workday, but he has like an 8-hour long review of the entire Resident Evil series, and it's great.
Wait, that's the one that I linked, right? The Avalanche guy?
No, different guy.
It's like, oh,
Although this is pretty long though.
Yeah, no, this is like your content, dude.
Oh, there we go. Every single yeah, they did it too. There's like 12 hours.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. Oh, it's so funny that I ended up talking to you today because I'm like, this is literally I found this channel last night. It's kind of funny though.
Huh.
Have you ever?
Who is this person?
Like what? Like you have a.
Who is this person? I want to see. Does anybody here know this person? Who is this? Someone tell me, please. And I don't know. If anybody's here, tell me who this person is, and we're gonna check her out. I'll check them out, technically speaking. I don't know. Who is this? I assume there is no exclamation mark guest thing in the President Sunday chat.
It's been suggested to me. I haven't really gone out of my way to do it. So.
Do you have a purposely like? I mean,
what?
obviously, everyone.
To do what?
One presents as they do.
Is my voice
Everything
affected? Like
I'm saying, is this something that you like had to teach yourself to do, or is it kind of just like a thing that like came across because like maybe like your family also?
What about my voice?
Or is the way you speak? It sounds very like you're on radio. It sounds performative in a way that if I were to do your voice, it would be performative, but it sounds natural for you because it is how you naturally speak. My question is, did you always speak like this, or is this something that like
What about my voice? How do I sound? I don't sound like radio, that's for sure. Yeah, Ducky power level sprite. No, let's see. The sprite. We have to add Ducky. I'm gonna add it to the page if that's okay. It's gonna be a free one. It would be so weird for me to expect for people to subscribe for a thing that someone just created. Thank you. I do like it. It has the sunglasses. So many tabs. Oh, that's actually not a lot of tabs for me. Oh my goodness, Ellen. You've not seen anything yet. You have not seen. Look at what they need to do to, you know, what was the quote? The famous quote to copy the fraction of our power or something. That's not a lot of tabs. That's just a fraction of my power. Ellen Degenerate, who is this person? Can you please identify this person for me that President Sanda is talking to? You know everyone. Please tell me who this is. Oh, Nina. Yes. Who is Nina? Okay, I'm gonna... I thought I was the hot streamer lady. 293 subscribers. Come on. People don't have long conversations with me. I'm so disappointed. Oh my goodness. Her Twitch chat insta banned me. Why? Yeah, but maybe she isn't mean to me. Wait, am I mean to you? I'm not mean to you.
Like...
Okay.
Cyberpunk.
Okay.
This camera likes to fuck up quite a bit.
You what? No, we don't. What's happening here? Wait, hold on. I'm gonna refresh.
China
she's
Millville's Boss Lag series.
She's gone.
Fiction. The first novel Perdido Streets.
I just turned around for a second and she's gone. I was being a little mean to Eudemonia, Shu, and President Sunday later though, but I'm not in Nina's chats. Who's Eudemonia? Who's Eudemonia? I know who Shu is. Shu on head, right?
So you, content.
Oh. Wait, Shu on head was on this thing? Oh.
Behavior.
Sleeping around.
Playing with fire? What sort of panel was this? Okay, now you have to tell me about this panel. Oh my gosh. Our President Sunday said that the person was pretty okay, didn't he? The boyfriend. Is that a lie? Is that just... Also, I don't hate you, fake Alec Kyle Parker. Ellen, what is your opinion on the boyfriend? Eudemonia got triggered because I flippantly referred to him being a Catholic, meaning he knows a lot about... Oh my god. I mean, that depends. If he knows a lot about the Catholic Church. Like, I'm gonna be honest. The Catholic Church has a lot to answer for, okay? It is an unfortunate fact. Another unfortunate fact is that the Catholic Church did a bit of what we would call Nazi collaboration during the war. They've even sent Hitler birthday cakes or something. Let's not forget about that, okay? Let's not forget about the thing. You want me to come on to explain my issue that I was having? Yes. I absolutely want for you to come on and explain the issue. That is what I crave to happen. Hello?
Very good.
Hello. Hello, Ellen Degenerate, who is now my guest.
Can you hear me?
A bit, but I also hear a noise that sounds like distorted drums.
What?
Yes, it's a static noise, I think. I can hear your distorted drums.
Okay, I'm gonna try setting this back down.
I'm gonna make a, how you call it, a sound check. Okay, now tell me something. Tell me something that I don't know. Also, I don't hate any giggler in the world, the universe. Hello, hello.
Hey, do you still have the background?
Which background? Oh! Wait, maybe I do. Oh gosh.
No, I didn't mean the background picture. I meant just how does my audio sound?
Yes. A bit louder than me, I think. So I'm gonna adjust you forever.
Gotcha.
Oh my goodness. I know it's just a phrase, but... Wait, say something.
Something.
Okay, it should be okay now. I know it's just a phrase that every single person in the world, in the English-speaking world uses, but when I hear gotcha, I just think destinyism.
Think what?
I think destinyism.
Oh, okay.
Along with okay and what was the other thing?
So I was trying to get someone to ask this question because I thought it was weird because Eudaimonia said something about him and Shu going to mass together.
To mass, to the church.
Yeah, and I'm like, I think it's really weird to like lead a campaign against Balenciaga for being sus.
Right.
To walk in
and go to mass.
Yeah, that's just it's ridiculous, and I don't know why nobody was like pointing that out. It's like that's like being like, oh, Bobby Brown was being sus with young women. Anyway, I'm gonna go to R. Kelly's house.
Yeah, or it's like making 15 videos per day about Activision Blizzard being horrible and then being the biggest fan of Ubisoft on the side.
Yeah, there's no real thing about it, and I was trying to make the point that about Shu is that she doesn't realize that you could say true things and then still contribute to an untrue narrative.
True. Yeah, that's true. One moment, 1 second, because I have to introduce yourself. First of all.
Yeah,
and I'm gonna try to turn on the thing. L&D.
Yeah, just
okay. I've got you on now. There you go.
I'm just a shilly sit poster.
See, I saved you. I saved the picture of you with the piggy.
Nice. Okay, So
Yes, before we continue, I'm gonna read the important donation of $15. Thank you very much for it. Just to be clear, I am memeing. Yes.
quick question: how far does $15 go in Poland?
It's 4 times stronger.
Oh wow!
So it's like 60 złotys.
So that's why all the Euro streamers are doing good.
Well, not quite. That's actually not because all Euro streamers operate on Euro. And Euro is not that much weaker than the dollar. I think it might be even stronger or something.
Is Poland part of the EU?
Yeah, it is, but it doesn't use the euro.
What? Why?
It didn't want it, which is good for me.
I guess the Polish are never beating the stupid allegations.
Sorry, what?
No, do you not know that that's like an American stereotype, like old timey racism?
Oh my god.
It's like 1900 tier racism.
Oh god. It was a year ago said that the euro was like $1.1, $1.2, right? And one US dollar is a bit over 4 point something zloty. Zloty is like the Polish currency, right?
$1 equals 0.91 euro. So wait.
So it's basically identical from my point of view. Because $1 is like 4 Polish zlotys, you know? So which means in turn, right?
Mm-hmm.
That when I stream, even at my current size, at my current rate, because of how the currency translates to my currency, this is already financially viable for me to do.
So you're saying I need to move to Poland?
Yes. Or Vietnam, because in Vietnam, it would be even more so.
Wait, how would the Polish react to like a tall Mexican? Like, would they just assume I'm Turkish?
I think it would be fine. Poland is becoming actually more and more what's the word?
Globalized.
Diverse. Yeah. Even though it's ruled by the far right, it's becoming more and more like there's the thing that there are a lot of Ukrainian people here, of course, now. But 3 million Ukrainian people are living in Poland right about now.
I'm gonna bring Mexican food to Poland.
Yeah, and there are more and more people of color living in Poland, visibly so.
Hell yeah.
Like it used to be this weird meme among reactionaries and far righters that they say I'm gonna move to Poland because it's no black people here, only white people. It's like this safe haven for white nationalists, you know?
Mm-hmm. I don't know why Americans do that, because you can just move to Montana and get the same thing.
But that's not the case anymore. That's not the case anymore at all. Like it used to be the case in Poland that you could hardly see any black people on the street or anywhere, you know? Black people didn't used to live in Poland. That's actually pretty factual. But now I can see black people basically even in small rural places outside of Warsaw.
You know where I want to move? I want to move to Russia.
That's probably not wise right now.
But no, like after the war, because like all the young dudes are gonna be dead.
Oh, so they're gonna be needing someone to work. But I think Russia is probably a lot more racist than.
I'm gonna get Russian sugar mamas, okay?
Oh.
All right, like I will. They'll be racist to me, but they'll be too turned on to care.
My God, I mean, if you had the Russian sponsor, then you wouldn't need to leave the house ever. So the racism would you'd be isolated from the racism. So I guess that's okay.
I'm like, look up, look here, babushka. I got all my limbs. What's up?
Oh my God. But And of course, Poland has like a thriving Vietnamese community, which I love.
That was. Oh yeah, you've mentioned that before.
Yeah. My best friend has a restaurant.
Nice.
Like my two best friends are siblings. One is a lawyer who has a lawyer company, and he started a restaurant. And my second best friend is his sister, who is a huge YouTuber in Poland. Like 750,000 subscribers, or even more at this point.
Yeah. Hold on. Sorry, I keep on getting banned and unbanned from this chat. I don't.
From whose chat? President Sundays?
No, Nina's. I did more to get banned from President Sunday's chat than Nina's.
Is she streaming right now?
Yeah, she's on Twitch, but it's fine.
How many followers on Twitch? I have to see if I should be salty.
10.2k followers.
Okay, that makes more sense. How many viewers?
32.
Like, oh my god, more than me. Unforgivable.
Yeah. I just wanted to ask her opinion on like just what I said to you, and then I don't know her.
I have to address. Sorry, yeah.
They're afraid of my riz. They're afraid of my riz.
Why did Lucy stop being a VTuber? To show myself more as a trans person, not hiding my face, even though it's the ugliest thing ever. I think I'm gonna use the VTube at some point, but I have to improve on it. It was not. I have to improve on the VTube, I think. What do you think, Ellen?
Being a VTuber, I think VTube is the future. I think there's going to be people that are like VTuber creates a really interesting opportunity that I want to explore, where you can just play all sides and just be different VTubers.
Yeah.
So like have a right wing persona you do, a left wing persona.
Oh my god, that would be.
You do.
That would be pretty interesting.
So Discord. Do you know how dangerous I would be with a confident VTube knowledge?
In theory, but if your VTube, if your model is not on point, etc., then it becomes a hindrance.
Look, people have made careers off of rant sonas.
Oh yeah, I know.
So I don't think I have to be that good, and then I think I'm kind of a toxic asset. So like I probably shouldn't advocate positively, but what I can do is find things I don't like and advocate negatively.
Damn. But yeah, I think I'm gonna do VTubing as well. But I have to. I feel like I had a lot of. How should I put it? Well, what's the word, Alan? Help me here. Help me.
What?
I feel like my VTubing had a lot of flaws. That's the.
I mean, I'm not the person to ask. I wouldn't know.
You are. You're here, aren't you?
I don't know anything about VTubing. I thought it looked fine. I wouldn't be able to like see the like mistakes in VTubing. I've never VTubed. I don't have that critical eye. I just saw cartoon.
Yeah, but I'm not at first anymore. Sort of. Because Emmanuel said, I don't think you need a good model at first. But I'm not at first anymore. Sort of.
How long does it take to like make the model?
If you're quick, you can make it in 10 minutes.
Okay. Good. I'm gonna make a like just a fursona, and then like I'm gonna be the Nazi furry on YouTube. That's because furries are cringe.
Oh, fake Alec Park. I am the person to ask, but you never do. Okay, I'm asking you now. I've worked in video production in college. Depends on what type of model it is. These two, the ones they, and then you'd need to hire an artist. I'm an artist. I paid someone. I just used a free program and I just made it like in a. There's this free program and I just made mine. I didn't have the money to pay anyone. I still hardly have money.
Same. Even though I have a corporate job now.
Oh, you should become a subscriber.
I don't. It's 100% commission, and I haven't gotten money in a month.
Why, what?
I was supposed to get money today, but I hate business owners, and like at this point,
We're screwed over.
well, yeah, because this guy just couldn't get information for me that I asked for like over the course of a few weeks. It was really annoying.
Yeah, I did use the V-Ride Studio.
Like at this point, I don't even want to help him get his health policy anymore. I want him to not have insurance.
Damn. So when are you getting paid?
Hopefully eventually. Well, like when I say I didn't get paid, like I get paid like thousands of dollars at a time.
You get paid thousands of dollars at a time?
Yeah, it's like a pure commission thing. Like last time I got paid like a month ago, I got like $3,000.
Oh my god. And you didn't subscribe or anything?
I had to spend it on my teeth.
Oh god. I have to spend money. You spend all $3,000 on your teeth?
My teeth, gas, like living.
I have to spend money on my teeth. It's
I
like a big problem.
I have my checking account right now.
$100?
Yep.
Damn.
And to make that last at least a couple weeks.
Weeks? Aren't you supposed to be paid like right now? Teeth are expensive. So when are you going to get paid? Tomorrow?
I have to hustle grind set, basically.
I did spend 2,500 on my teeth earlier this month, like 3 weeks ago. Oh my god. Well, I'm afraid to even check how much I'll spend on my teeth.
Well, the longer you don't check, the more expensive it'll get.
Yeah, but I don't have the money.
True. I probably didn't have the money. If I hadn't done that, I would probably be in a better spot, but I like having teeth.
True.
They're useful.
They are. To bite people.
Yeah. But if I do get this $6,000 to $7,000 from this account that I'm supposed to from,
Oh my god. Then you'll subscribe.
then I'll be a subscriber.
My goodness, thank you. You're so rich now. You're a posh.
Yeah. It is actually weird, like hanging out with business owners. I feel like Light Yagami.
Like a genius that controls everybody.
Kind of, but more just like hating everyone that's around me.
Oh.
Showing it. Just being like the fakest person of all time, but on the inside being like, I hate you all.
Damn. But you know.
Appealing to their biases in order to sell them things.
Oh. I think the only profession in the US that I know of that's 100% commissioned by standards is real estate.
It's not real estate.
True. We all know what you do now. Or at least the OG giggler should know what you do. Because we've talked. You do the insurance, right?
Yeah. Insurance. It's like so stupid. It's like just like getting a business owner to be like, hey, you want this thing? We're literally paying you to get it. Have it. You fucking idiot. Do it. And then they just like drag their feet. I've literally had easier times like convincing like people to buy phones they don't need than to like selling insurance that people definitely do need in America.
Right. My mom got some insurance lately, actually. Also, rich people are boring and weird.
Absolutely.
That's not fair because I'm boring and weird and I'm not even rich.
They're just like they unearned. Like I actually was talking about this idea about making Kingpin, like from the Spider-Man comics.
Oh.
But making him super, super stupid.
Oh my god.
Money, but he has competent handlers. And those are the actual real supervillains.
I mean, that's more realistic.
Yeah, it would just And like the handlers have to handle Kingpin just as much as they have to handle Spider-Man.
True. It's like the Transformers from the 80s, season 3.
I was not born.
I cannot believe this. Okay, I've got an important question for you.
What's that?
When will you facilitate my big conversation with Keffels?
I can't even facilitate my own big conversation with Keffels.
What do you mean? She doesn't talk to you anymore?
The last time her and I talked was about her playing Rust.
When was that?
Put it this way, when she talks to me, I don't have real control in the conversation. She's just kind of saying things to me. And then
And then you're what?
and it feels kind of one-sided sometimes.
Oh.
But it's whatever.
What is it about usually?
I don't know, just random stuff. Mostly just like stuff to do with this server, or just like, hey, you're a friend of the show. And I'm like, okay, cool.
It's
I
true.
don't know. I think she's just rounding out like people that can come on the show with chill streams.
True, like this one. This chill stream.
I'm not like a real streamer, so I don't try extremely hard.
I'm a real streamer and I try super hard. I'm a try hard, as you can see.
I don't want to try hard, because if I try hard and fail, I will probably find a roof to fall off of. No, I'm kidding.
But I see, am I failing? I have 7 people in here in the audience.
I think you're doing just good. You're just doing just great.
Exactly. Especially since there's a great video that's coming up.
Oh, yeah?
Yes.
When are you going to do the debate circuit more? When are you going to debate on, like, D Live?
Who? Who do I have to debate to impress you?
Go on Cozy.
Who do I need to debate?
Nick Fuentes.
Oh, God. Oh, my God. I'm not... Of all the people to debate, me debating Nick Fuentes. The Polish, Jewish, trans streamer.
The true way to, like... Because what's the average age of, like, Nick Fuentes' viewer? Like, 12?
I guess. Debate everyone.
So, like, the problem is people go to Nick Fuentes and they try to, like, debunk him. 12-year-olds don't give a fuck about debunking. Call him short.
Oh, true.
Okay, just be like, you're short, you get no bitches. Your entire religious thing is a cope for how gay you are.
True.
Okay, just be gay.
And you hate people because they're your betters.
Look, I get why you repressed it as a teenager. That's fine, because your dad would beat you, but you have enough money now. Like,
true.
You know, and you don't want to talk about
Get out of the closet, Nick.
Yeah, you were ashamed because when your dad used to spank you, it would give you a boner. Like,
you tried to get close to Steven and it didn't work out, but it doesn't mean that you cannot find love ever.
I'm not.
True.
I would to like prank Crowder by pretending to be his wife and trying to get back together.
I mean, he did try to go on a date with Steven, didn't he? They had chicken waffles.
No, that was Destiny.
Yeah, Steven.
I thought you were talking about Crowder.
No, Steven Banal II. They had a nice, Nick was like, well, Steven's like bisexual, right? So maybe if I play my cards right.
No, I think what's going to happen to Steven is he's going to be like, try to play the anti-lefty card like too hard, and like one of two things is going to happen: either like his sphere is just going to become more and more right wing, or like a Nazi is going to like try and like take a physical shot at him, and then he
at whom
that off, like him himself.
At Destiny.
Oh yeah, there's definitely like in the rights, like as crazy as the left is, the right is way more violent.
Oh, so you think someone's gonna try to attack Destiny in real life?
Oh yeah.
Damn. Also, Metroplex Asylum tries to turn me into. Do you know Will and his channel?
Yes, he's been very cringe.
So Metroplex Asylum says, debate everyone. Just say those few things and hang up. It's like Will and his channel led to President Sunday. I don't know if you've seen the debate President Sunday versus Will and his channel. Will just said a few weird things and just hang up. It was what?
That was being weird earlier. He was doing that weird like semantic defense of like Professor Flowers, which he says he doesn't believe, but it's that like weird like when we're talking about a state, of course the state has the autonomy to do fucked up things, otherwise it doesn't have sovereignty. It's like sure, but nobody fucking talks about it this way, and holy shit, is so irresponsible to say this out loud, like outside of an academic setting, which YouTube is not, because we are one clip of Hassan saying that away from an entire Fox News cycle.
I mean, my take on this, and it doesn't even argue with President Sunday's view on it, is that even if a state has the ability to do things, has the authority to do things like horrible things, right? There should be a sort of, oh my goodness. Okay, say I'm not a fish. Do it.
I'm not a fish. Sorry, have I been hiccuping this whole time?
Okay, let's see if that works. Let's see if your hiccups are gone or not. Let's see if this is like some hoax because... Is it gone?
I don't know. I haven't hiccuped.
Oh my, if that works, I'm gonna be so... Oh god.
Alright, Somniostatic, clip it.
Did it work? Did it actually work? Because there's actually a whole theory about this.
You cured me.
Wait, you're not you don't have the hiccups anymore?
Not trolling. I have not hiccuped.
Okay. Because there is this theory that when you hiccup, your brain is trying to force you to breathe through the gills that you don't possess. And when you say I'm not a fish, it stops it. So whenever I hear people hiccup, I'm trying to make them say I'm not a fish and see if it will work.
It worked.
Amazing. So yes. So as I was saying, even if a state has the authority to do horrible things, right? I think there should be a higher authority when it comes to certain things that would not allow this sort of thing to come to pass.
Well, the weird thing about it's Sunday is basically doing the states' rights argument, but from the left.
Right.
And it's very much a cop-out, and nobody talks about moral judgments that way. You know, like, nobody's like, oh, well, Saudi Arabia might throw gay people off their roofs, but they have the sovereignty to do it. Like, nobody does that for that. So we probably shouldn't do it for colonizers and ethnic cleansing.
Yes. I'm sitting deep in the topic of the Shoah. You probably are familiar with the name, right?
The Shah, like from Iran?
The Shoah.
The Shoah. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, the Shoah.
Not used to that name. I mean, I know what it
Yeah.
is, but I'm not used to that name being used.
Yes, because I went to the march. You probably didn't see the segment that I did, the City of Bones, right?
I probably did not.
It's like the big thing that I'm preparing. A pretty heavy segment, to be sure. About how, like the shortest version that I can tell you about it is that Warsaw had the ghetto. You know about the Warsaw ghetto, right?
Yeah.
And that a lot of the places that had the Warsaw ghetto, there was the Warsaw ghetto, there is still many, many bones of people underground, under the pavements, under the streets, under buildings, etc. And this was sort of my main topic regarding the March of Memory that I took part in. You know?
Yeah. That was cool.
or basically a lot of Warsaw is mass grave. And I'm reading this book about the Great Synagogue that was blown up by an SS officer and was never rebuilt. And the destruction of this Great Synagogue represents also the total destruction of the Polish Jewish community, because it's like you had 3.5 million Jewish people living in Poland before the war,
Mm-hmm.
and 300,000 about survived, Polish Jewish people.
Hasn't the European Jewish community like not recovered from pre-World War II numbers?
Well, yeah, that's because most of them were in Poland.
Okay.
And after the war in Poland, the communist government did not allow for any sort of resurrection of the community to happen. It's a pretty painful thing to read about, you know, how before the war you had in Warsaw, which is the capital, it was considered a very as much a Jewish city as a Polish one, you know? Like you had a city within a city that was a Jewish city. You had those neighborhoods that were bustling with activity, with artists, actors, with there were Jewish newspapers in Yiddish, with like one newspaper would circulate like 90,000 copies every single day to the neighborhood.
Wow.
Yeah, and it was a whole thing, and now it's all gone. And because the city was destroyed in like over 80%, not only nobody remembers the community anymore, but people cannot even imagine anymore how the neighborhood looked like, because it's been rebuilt totally different. So it's like the community has been erased without a trace, and nobody remembers how it used to be.
Have people tried to use like photographs to like reconstruct it?
Yeah, they've tried. But like I guess if I were to make a comparison, it's like with Native Americans, right? But on a smaller scale.
Yeah. Yeah, like I know that I'm part Native American, but I don't know anything about like
You could also make the case that it's similar with the black community, actually.
yeah.
Because people were kidnapped from their homes and history was basically erased. The culture was flattened into just one group, even though people probably came from many different backgrounds.
Yeah, but see, most of my native thing was like, if I remember correctly, it comes from my grandma's side, and she's Spanish.
Right.
So like that, like the whatever my native side, that was like that wasn't American colonization. That was Spanish colonization.
Right.
So,
In Mexico, Spanish
Yeah.
colonization, yeah.
Well, Texas. Texas was once Mexico, but I don't know. My family didn't cross the border. The border crossed them.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
Because the US decided to do Manifest Destiny.
So there was that, and then also just whoever was there before Spain. I don't know. It's very complicated. It's just say my family's been very mixed for a very long time. Probably but being like mixed has changed because like it was super weird when like I think my European side from my grandmother's was from the Canary Islands, and they were half Italian, half Spanish. So like that person wouldn't be considered mixed today in America because that would just be two white people.
Right.
But back then, I guess it was different.
True. Did you know that the US did not conquer the entirety of Mexico because too many people of color?
It seems like something that they would say.
It was we cannot conquer the entirety of the country because that would change the demographics too much, and we want to be a white country.
Have I talked to a Mexican? You'll see the brownest Mexican ever that'll swear they're white. I know that because that's my grandma. Um,
You see.
she'll I think I don't
Also, Metroplex Asylum said, I call it a debate bro drive-by. As you go in, say your thing, and you just hang
I'm
out.
still like just kind of like mad at like a lot of like white leftist communities that just give like way too much credit to the professor. Like it's the bigotry of low expectations, but from like a leftist
Right.
perspective. And it's like really annoying to watch. It's like the idea that like black, Asian, Latino, yeah, that any of them are less susceptible to fascism is insane.
Right.
Like they're not less susceptible. They just there's a materials thing that puts them against them right now because it is in their best interest. But if that ever changes, it's not like ethnic conflict and ethnic supremacy is something that only Europeans do. So
That's true.
if you believe in liberation, black liberation, Hispanic liberation, indigenous liberation, you have to believe in giving them power, but that means critiquing the ways in which that power could be used, especially if it comes from a reactionary place. Which I think it does, because I've been called like enough slurs by these people to be like, I don't think you really care about like racism as like an ideology. They're not so mad that somebody was asked to be in the back of the bus. They're just mad that their group was asked to be at the back of the bus.
Right.
They don't have an ideological opposition to it.
So what did you think? I don't think we've had a talk ever since the famous, beautiful L&D as a nice pig. True, your pig is nice.
Thank you.
So I don't think we've had a talk ever since the famous, beautiful foreign man video.
Oh yeah,
Have
that
we?
was just Schizo posting. I don't understand what the Jesse Smollett part was even for, because Jesse Smollett isn't even gay.
Right. And there was the Ellen Generate or something. And whenever I heard that, I was like, wait, what does Ellen DeGenerate have to do with any of this?
Yeah, because like Alan is just like a shitty boss.
No, I thought it was like I thought Foreign Man was talking about you. I thought he was talking about Ellen DeGenerate.
No, the thing that made me like crazy mad was that people were like, "No, this is like Bahamian humor," to like basically just throw a bunch of weird edits that have nothing to do with stuff. I was like, I've met a few Bahamian people. They don't do that. That just seems like something you just made up.
I mean, people do sort of cope about it a bit.
It is kind of ridiculous. Oh, and also like it feels really weird for him to talk about privilege and leave out that he's a hip hop nepo baby.
What?
Did an interview. I did some research on him. His dad is best friends with like one of the guys from the Baja Men.
So Foreign Man is super rich?
Rich enough to go to the Bahamas like once or twice every other month.
What?
Yeah, he literally said how he stays not white is that he goes home to the Bahamas at least once a month or every other month.
Of course, the people that talk about privilege the loudest are the most privileged. Of course.
But no, do you know who the Baja Men are?
No.
Who let the dogs out?
Oh my God! Really?
Yeah, his dad is like, he said his dad is best friends with him. So like he has grown up as like a hip hop nepo baby. He still doesn't have a record deal. Okay, like put it this way: if it's not that hard to like, if you're that connected to get on the song, all right, it's really not.
So as I said, the people that cry about privilege the loudest are people that are pretty privileged themselves.
Yeah, I've said it myself that Professor Flowers is whiter than like boat shoes made of Suboxone. Okay, and I can tell.
Is she also rich?
She's her parents are white adoptive people. They adopted her, or white people that adopted her. So, and considering the average price of adoption in the United States is something like around 20 grand, I'm gonna guess probably.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Shut up, says fake Alec Parker screaming at me.
Yeah, no, they're just super rich, insecure about their class position, so they overly fixate on their racial position. Stupid.
Interesting.
And one of the other things is like when I used to talk to black creators, they would talk about like internalized anti-blackness as if it was some really ubiquitous thing, like that every mixed person or black person feels that. I've never felt that. I get that I have a very strange upbringing because like I've always considered my minority side of the family like as a source of stability, whereas my white side was the source of instability.
Right.
So like if I had grew up with no sociological data, knew nothing about the world, and was only formed by my personal experiences, I would, in my own personal experience, I would think that like black people were more well off.
Damn.
Which obviously isn't true if you like go to like literally any city ever and like go out. But if I was like as sheltered as these people are,
right. What about Soul Bunny? I don't think Soul Bunny is all that well off.
Puts on her Instagram that she's from fucking. Wait, where did Vowsh go to college? Vowsh just said it.
Beverly Hills.
No, college.
I don't know.
It's in Northern California. Humboldt. Yeah, fucking Soul Bunny talks about like talking to black people all the time or whatever. That bitch lives in Humboldt. Humboldt is 2% black. Okay, like bitch, you are not like one like. It's just super stupid to be like to base your thing like, oh, this ethnic group agrees with this, so then it must be true. Like, okay, weird how you don't extend that to transness, considering you're trans. But if you go look at data on what the average black person believes about the trans identity, they would not believe you are valid. So it's weird that you kind of pick and choose.
Right. Interesting.
Because based on like Pew Research, it's like 68% of black people don't believe that you can change your gender.
I see. So what do you think about the conversation that Demon Mama had with Soul Bunny and then with Shark?
I think Demon Mama was too focused on trying to be the adult in the room.
I think we need that to a lot, no?
I don't think the treating Soul Bunny and the FT signifier side of things as if they're even kind of valid is frankly racist. Like they should be treated like they should be treated like basically the ethno-nationalists they are. I'm sorry, none of you, when I say you, I mean like white leftist video creators, would ever take 2% of what they said seriously is if you just changed the nouns and the races involved. Okay, like sorry, like I think FT signifier, Soul Bunny, at least I think they're just like the black equivalent of groypers.
Right. Well, it's a bit different because they sort of take on the aesthetic of being left.
But they aren't.
The proponents for left politics.
Yes, but there's a certain point where you just have to put it down because, like, if I don't think a person can truly believe in Black liberation if they're not willing to call out Black reaction.
Right.
Because you are basically saying that you never believe that black people will get enough power to be harmful, which if you they can, in Africa, they've done it in Sudan, they've done it in Rwanda. It's almost like we're people.
Right.
And if you're like, oh, well, they don't have the power, okay, well, then you just never believe you'll ever have that power. So if you are unwilling to be as harsh on it, you are just forfeiting that you're never going to have the power to be dangerous, which means that you'll never be liberated. Because liberation in the modern world and the modern nation state is the ability to hurt others. Like how else can you tell if somebody is like
Right.
oppressed or not? Is if they can't fight back.
Right, yeah. That becomes, of course, complicated in a place like the US.
Yeah, no, I just some Palm Dad's like, I don't think it would have helped DM win a play. I don't think DM should have won in at all.
Oh.
I think what DM should have done is got like a normie black dude off of the street.
Right.
Just been like, none of this makes sense to me. I could literally just like walk to the gas station and just like explain the situation to someone, and they would look at me like I was crazy.
Yeah, and there's this, I have to say from my side, as a foreigner, as a person from Poland, there's this weird, especially among the circles of Soul Bunny and FD Signifier, to treat black culture as something that's monolithic to the point of being the same worldwide, not just in the US.
Yeah, which is insane. I can see kind of like, I mean, even within American culture, you could kind of make the argument because like all the cultures that got flattened together, and like all the differences were destroyed.
Yeah.
So I can see kind of in the American context, but even in the American like fucking New York, like a New York black dude and an LA black dude, like they're different cultures. They're the same way a white guy from New York and a white guy from LA is a different culture.
Right. Palm Dad says, I don't think it would have helped if DM went guns blazing.
I mean, and they just because, like, I would think you should go guns blazing on anyone who tries to justify an argument based on the skin tone of the people making it. Like that's ridiculous. I don't make those arguments because I don't have to. It's not like a colorblind thing. It's like you can make these arguments completely like outside. Like I don't believe in trans rights because I like trans people. I believe in trans rights because I believe in egalitarianism.
Right.
Or like I don't believe in like black rights because I like love like because I do like black people because it's my family. But even if I wasn't, I could still do the same arguments I do from a personal standpoint, removed, just as someone who likes freedom.
Right. I don't know. I'm gonna be sympathetic probably to Demon Mama Style, since if you've watched the Lucy Haze experience, you will probably know that I would probably approach it in a similarly conversationalist way.
I recognize I'm just a very aggressive person. Like I'm not someone that tries to just like draw things out or whatever. I get straight to the point.
Yeah. Hello, Mitsurzlin. Sashi, I think DM should have at least watched Soul Bunny's video on full and Shark's initial response before deciding to engage in that conversation. I see. Well, that might be the case, yeah.
I mean, she got some good clips out of it. She got Soul Bunny like basically just lying straight to her face.
Well, she sort of got like the thing that sort of got to me the most was the part, not even the part with lying, but just saying, yeah, it might be not good timing to do the whole say your name thing because it's morning after a teen. But you know what? We educated you and you didn't care, so we don't care. Like,
One, like when she says "we," it's like, bitch, what are you, the emperor of black people? Like, no, like we. You mean we as in me and my annoying friends.
like I think. I think Demon Mama's pushback on that was pretty good when she basically said, "But is that even helpful to do that?"
I'm gonna be honest. I think most of the people making that argument are people that just want to be transphobic but wokely, and
Right.
are behind their other marginalized status to do it. And Soul Bunny's just kind of an idiot.
Well, there's also this weird attitude that Soul Bunny takes towards indigenous people.
Well, yeah, it's because wait, what she? What do you mean?
Well, Demon Mama said that the movement was, to say her name was first and foremost started for indigenous people, right?
That's 100%.
And then Soul Bunny responded with saying, well, that's only on Twitter and you don't have sources to prove that's true, so.
No, yeah, hold on. I have sources to prevent that shit's true, and that shit was happening. I don't want to hold on. Say her name, indigenous. Let's see. How old is this film?
Just so you know, I know it's true, but if you have sources, then we can just put them on screen and display them for people.
I'm trying to look at the oldest.
And then we can also discuss the shark talk with Demon Mama.
Wow, they actually, to say her name, they added the killing of Brianna Gay, or Jay, to the Wikipedia. Say her name.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of things that people like from my perspective, there's also Karasu. You know Karasu from President Sunday's chat, right?
I think so.
Karasu lives in the UK, and she pointed out a few things that I really, really agree with the whole say your name thing. I think I made similar arguments as well. That the whole discussion is extremely, for a thing that happened in England, the whole discussion became extremely US centric, for one.
Okay.
If that makes sense. Okay.
So, let's see. Yeah, so this say her name, it is among the crowd of people in Window Rock was the family of Laverta Sorrell, a Navajo woman who went missing in 2002.
Yes, right. It was about women going missing and nobody caring, right?
So, yeah, so they're using for a woman that went missing in 2002. Does that mean they've been using it since 2002?
I don't think so.
I don't know. I'm just looking at like it's really
Hippie.
Yeah,
Hippie.
Yeah, I can give you the.
Like Hippie Punk says, the convo was a great example of Demon Mama handing someone the keys to the digger and letting them dig a pit. She buried herself there. Soul Bunny did.
Maybe Hippie Punk, but I do think there needs to be a much more forceful rejection. Like I think we're. I think like a lot of people are doing like the smug liberal thing, where like they think like I was calm and civility politicked my way through this, and everyone knows that works against fascists. It doesn't. And these people, I truly think that these people are like if Soul Bunny, like if I was able to just take her melanin and make her white tomorrow, I think that she would be a graper within a month.
All right. So what do you think about the arguments that I started saying that the conversation became extremely US centric, right?
Yeah.
And that like the org that uses this sayer name in the UK actually talks about victims of various backgrounds. And black people in the UK have no problems with the slogan being used in the slightest, from what I know.
And like also just being super passe about like could you imagine like I would have weird champ Native American people if they were like being mad that say her name was being used for what was it, Brianna Gray?
Jay, I think it's Jay.
I'm talking about the black. Oh wait, Sandra Bland.
Okay.
Yeah, if in 2014 when Sandra Bland was murdered, like Native American people started getting on black people's cases for saying her name, I would have been like, you guys are fucking idiots. What are you doing? But Native American people are chill, so they didn't do that. And black people are also chill and didn't do that. It's a very loud minority of weird people on fucking Twitter that are overcompensating for their like being suburban black people and feeling not black enough, so they have to like basically hurrah as hard as they can, like to be an ethno nationalist to make up for it.
Right. I think that there's a lot of this logic, strange logic of we are like these people take away from our thing instead of seeing it more broadly as our thing in general. You know, it's like I find it strange that instead of wanting to uplift certain voices, people are saying your voice is drowning out our voices. If that makes sense.
There's this weird assumption that like someone's like whiteness like outweighs them being like LGBT, which I don't necessarily agree with, because depending on your situation, like at least when you're like a minority of some sort, your parents or at least one of your parents are a minority, right?
Mm-hmm.
You have that, you have family, you have that support system. A lot of like LGBT youth don't have that. That's why
they're kicked out of the house. And
yeah, like if you had to choose between being a black person in America with a family or being like a white gay person homeless on the street, I'm picking being the black dude.
Right. Of course, in Poland it gets a bit more complicated because there's this movie about people discovering they're Jewish, and one person in the video said people reacted more negatively to learning that I'm Jewish than to learning that I'm gay, which is interesting. But
I'm surprised that they're like he's like comes out as both, and they're not like, but you repeat yourself. No.
And yes, for sure, it was very US centric. That is a problem that the US Americans can have, that we assume these things revolve around us and discount the folks outside in the US's perspective.
I was also like the idea that it's taking away from anyone. Like, I mean, okay.
Yeah, it's like
if you feel like someone's not getting the press they should for their murder,
then let's talk about it. Let's talk about the person who isn't getting enough press. Yeah.
But it's unfalsifiable because they're going to be like, well, I don't know who's not getting press because they're not getting press. And it's like...
Yeah, but it's our job to sort of dig into things and see, like, if we call ourselves people who sort of want to move certain things forward and to improve, then it stands to reason that we would sort of try to look into the world and to see if there are not voices that are not represented enough, right? Like someone has to do it in order for it to happen. And like the biggest example, I'm gonna read the chat in a moment. Your chatters are really active today. Like the biggest, even though it's mocked a lot and it became a meme, I think the biggest example of this whole like this takes away from us is the noodle thing.
Oh yeah.
Because the whole this author is taking away from Asian people who could be like
I think it's such a weird thing to say, especially about like Chinese people, as if they don't have like a super xenophobic monoculture.
That's true.
Like there's literally a billion of them. Like I don't.
Well, it's again like we're looking at this from the, and in this case, I guess the book was published in the U.S. So I guess it is okay to take more of a US context that Asian people
Yeah.
are underrepresented in the publishing thing in the US. But like my point is that if people who are Asian are underrepresented in publishing about food, then we should try to talk up to publishers about, hey, what's going on? Should you publish more people, you know,
Yeah, don't get mad at.
who are Asian? Don't start attacking up an individual who's white because they decided to publish a book. That's
Yeah,
it doesn't do any. I
Rosalind really underplay. It's really weird that Rosalind will like simultaneously upplay the like harassment she got from like Kevil's community, and then downplay the real harassment that she
Yeah.
sent to just some random redhead who liked noodles.
Yeah, I'm gonna read the chat. I'm gonna tell you about the a thing, because I know you're waiting for the thing, aren't you? One moment. I have to read the chat first. I think this, out of fairness, concerns to how all parties involved are represented. It just seems like a bad policy to be willfully ignorant of the context in order to facilitate a certain type of conversation. DM could have approached the conversation in the same calm manner while still having watched the 2 initial videos and its due diligence. I guess so, yeah.
I don't know. I think that there's an overcorrection in like the white leftist sphere where I mean I've even dealt with this with like people I care about. Like I remember like one of like the weirdest things was like my ex like in the wake of the George Floyd stuff, like we're like looking at the riots on TV, and she like turns to me and goes, "So how do you feel about this?" And I just responded, "What the fuck do you mean?" Like, the same way you do. Like the idea that I would feel different about injustice.
Right.
Oh, like really weird. Like,
So I had this.
yeah.
I had this mini debate on Twitter about the noodles thing, if you can believe it.
I can't believe it.
I made a segment about it. I don't remember everything that was said, but I basically, the person basically said, this is my, and you know, this is my endorsement of you watching the segment that I did about it. Okay. Oh, fake Alec Parker donated $25. Thank you. I must go to sleep. Bye now. Good night, fake Alec Parker. I hope to see you again. So the person basically said it was never about noodles for Keffels. You know what it was about?
What's it about?
It was about whiteness, defending whiteness and defending white people, you know?
Yeah.
I was like, well, can you demonstrate that in any way? Can you like point me to something that would, I don't know, substantiate that, you know? And the person was like, well, what's Keffels's problem with saying that white people shouldn't do this and white people always do this, right?
Well, you know, white people, they be noodling.
Well, my response was, the problem, I was speaking for Keffels, okay?
Yeah.
We trans people are a monolith, so we can just speak for one another as if we were one person.
Y'all are in the cringe monolith.
True. So I said the problem with that is that it doesn't actually address anything. Like, if you have, like, attacking the individual white person will not give people of color the attention they need, right? If we want to, we should elevate the people that don't get attention, not attack people for doing things. Because, you know, even if the author was banned from doing the book, which would be pretty ridiculous, then it would not automatically give people of color the attention they need, right?
Yeah.
So this is a very strange line of argumentation.
It's because it's not their real argument.
So there was, I had a whole.
Oh, sorry.
And then some white guy entered the fray and called me a shit stain, and etc.
How dare he? You're not even brown. No.
Oh my god. But yes, it's a very strange whole thing.
Yeah, it's super. Well, it's because it's like partisan, like group clique politics that, um, well, like the noodle discourse is not confusing and bewildering if you realize what their actual argument is. Their real argument is Africa for Africa, Europe for Europeans, Asia for Asians.
Right.
That is their. They're just inside out Richard Spencer. Okay.
Which is very strange as well because the person who made the critique is Filipino.
Yeah, like literally.
That's what Shark pointed out. The person is Filipino, and the flattening because you know how the whole like Asian community, Asian people, Asian thing became a thing in the U.S., right?
Railroads.
No, I mean, isn't it strange that in the U.S. you speak of Asian people, Asian culture? You don't speak of Chinese, Vietnamese, Filipino, Japanese. You say Asian.
Yeah.
And that's sort of because it was flattened by US racists and the community people from various countries sort of reacted to the racism by sort of consolidating as a single group, like in solidarity to sort of fight against the racism and the oppression, right? Like there's a lot to be said about how, like, for example, the Chinatown was built, how like I actually think that the anti-Asian oppression is not talked about enough, especially historically. But
I think a lot of it is obfuscated by the more recent Asian immigrants. Whereas, like, if you look at the poverty of like the old towns that were settled literally like in the 1880s, 1890s, that poverty is still rough.
right,
But
because
but then you have
yeah, because the U.S. government wanted to get rid of the quote unquote dirty and disease ridden Chinese district, you know? And then the earthquake happened. A lot of people died. People there were not even, I think, listed as citizens, so no help was provided for that neighborhood when the earthquake hit, you know? And then the government was like, nice, the earthquake cleaned it up for us. Now we can move all those people somewhere and get rid of them. And people in the neighborhood sort of, in self-defense, built and created this tourist-friendly, sanitized, you know, white-friendly neighborhood called the Chinatown, right? And so it was basically saved from being destroyed by the government because it became profitable.
Yeah, that's why I can get sushi at a Chinese buffet.
Yeah, and this is weirdly buying into this racist thing by saying that when a Filipino person says that they have some say or authority of special knowledge over Chinese cuisine, yeah.
Yeah, it's like, no, you don't. You're as close to Chinese culture as a white guy from Ohio is to Mexico.
It would be like a Chinese person saying that they have some authority over Vietnamese food, which would be pretty interesting because actually Vietnamese people really, really hate China.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, it's not like
which is understandable because basically Vietnamese relations are very similar to those of Ukraine to Russia.
Yeah, I've seen like a lot of sentiment, like the ethnicizing of like the concept of being a colonizer seems like really weird, especially when you think of like world history, like in the context of Japan and like the Mongols.
Oh yeah, the Chinese exclusion art. Yeah.
Yeah.
All of the noodle discourse has been confusing and bewildering, but I've been actually thinking of starting to cook on stream on our video. I should also cook the noodle.
Are you gonna buy the book and make the noodles?
Maybe I should. Are the recipes good? Do you know?
know.
But I might be confused by the measurement using the US measurements instead of the good old European measurements.
Yeah. Nope. I am. No, I don't eat noodles.
You don't eat noodles.
No, I eat burritos.
Oh.
Carne asada.
Also, food seems like the worst example of something that really can be kept neatly within borders. True. That's actually so true.
Yeah, it's not. It's not like they get mad that like Canadian people are eating Philippine. And also, Rosalind even said that it was a shit post.
Yeah. Oh, it became much more than a shit post, so.
Well, yeah, because there's a bunch of cringe black people on the internet.
And it's really weird when that was also part of my whole discussion on Twitter, the debate that, oh, so you support the harassment that Rosalind got from couples.
Good. No, Rosalind should have gotten more harassment.
And I pointed out, wait, but Rosalind was the one to attack couples, no?
I'm gonna look up. Like, she's still getting. Let's see. Portfolio. Okay, the last thing she's written.
The Last of Us.
Website was over a year ago. Yeah, she wrote for the Toronto Star.
Also, the person tried to tell me that Keffels resurrected the noodle thing a year later.
Yeah, she did. Not Keffels, I mean, Rosalind did.
Oh, no, the person said that Keffels resurrected the noodle thing a year later.
No, after Keffels got swatted, Rosalind retweeted it again.
Oh.
She was trying to capitalize on the fact that someone she beefed with on the internet got swatted by a neo-Nazi.
Damn. Noodles are serious business, it seems.
Yeah.
I can't believe that you would not appreciate how serious this topic is. What is wrong with you?
I don't know why she calls herself a writer when she hasn't written in a year. Like, I don't call myself a fisherman. I haven't fished in a year.
Hey, who calls themselves a writer?
Rosalind.
Oh, well, I call myself a giggler, and I haven't giggled in a while.
You giggle you just giggled.
True. I do giggle speech.
You're a liar.
I'm a liar.
Yeah, because you said you don't giggle and then you just giggled.
That's true. It's not lying, it's called being modest.
How can I trust your politics now that I know you're not 100,000%?
You should trust them more because I'm real about being a liar, as all politicians are.
Oh, you know what would be fun? Who is that person Vowsh interviewed that is a leftist that will run in the Republican primaries and like local elections to just throw bombs on the debate stage, like metaphorically?
Oh, God.
Like, just going up there being like, I'm a socialist, and none of y'all are going to confront any of the real problems up here.
Damn.
But I think that would be just really fun. There should be, like, more... There's a lot of activists that could be done. I think a lot of the, like, weird conflict is happening just because they're, like, we don't have, like, a united thing to fight against.
Yeah. It's like in Polish politics, basically. Well, we sort of do in Poland, but it's more... There's no... You don't just need the thing that... Like, that's difficult, because in Poland in the 80s, you had the oppressive communist, quote-unquote, government to fight against. But now, it's a bit less easy to unify everyone against the big bad.
Imagine if like some of these debate streamers started using their like debate skills and just going to like school board meetings.
True.
Like imagine like that's unironically where Destiny should be going. if he wants to talk about like real life stuff and like lefties don't do real stuff, he could totally own us by going to a school board meeting and seeing the insane moms for liberty and being like, what the fuck are you doing here?
But I also believe that there should be more of a, like, yeah, okay, like being for being against something is good, but you also need to sort of have a unified goal for something.
Well, what like socialists need to do is like start. I mean, I just feel like it's really weird that we don't see a lot of like local stuff. Like there's a lot of things they could do. Keffel's liked my idea of saying like we have all these like gay people on the internet. How come they aren't doing like grinder surveillance of every state house to like out Republicans?
Right.
You know, like we could be a lot more militant than we are.
There's also the fact that historically socialism was pretty divided in itself.
Yeah.
You had the revolutionary socialism, you had the socialism that wanted to work from within the state.
Yeah.
I can speak of how it worked in Poland historically after World War One.
Like we can split after the fascists are gone.
True. Although when
there's going to be a lot of things because fascism is going to keep coming back if we don't address like the fundamental contradictions that create it. Like one, like so much of society revolves around like keeping people's egos and like I think like one of the biggest like bad things with democracy is like the idea that my ignorance is worth just as much as your specialization just because we have the same vote.
Yeah, that's true.
So like I don't know, I was like in a 4-day long fight on Blue Sky with some Welsh femboy about whether or not I was like, if you're an adult, you should be able to defend your positions. Like, there's no like, oh, we'll agree to disagree. Like, no, you have to like, if you're unable to like defend your positions in like a logical way that isn't like just like your personal experience.
I really hate that agree to disagree thing.
Yeah, I'm just like, no, this is just code. This is a what did Martin Luther King say? The absence of tension is not the presence of justice.
Yeah. And it's like Destiny is doing now. Like when he says, oh, things would be so much better if those crazy, like most reasonable people will see trans activists as crazy, and if only they didn't go so far in what they wanted, it all would have been fine. But the problem is with that logic that you could have said that about suffragettes fighting for women's rights. Most quote unquote reasonable people back then thought it was crazy to give women the voter, the voting rights, etc. So, like this argument, this appeal to most reasonable people is just empty.
He's 1000% going to get shot by a Groiper. Okay, and then even like as a doctor is pulling the bullet out, he's gonna be like, I can't believe those crazy lefties. He's like, those crazy lefties made these Groipers so mad. That's
True. I could see that happening, like the conversation with Blair White, for example.
Yeah, he's too concerned with trying to. That's one of the biggest problems with trying to appeal to as many people as possible. When you try to appeal to as many people as possible, you become incapable of telling the society when the majority of people are wrong.
Yeah. It's like, oh, everything would have been fine if people could just not fight for these rights. Like, what?
Yeah, another Dr. King quote. What was it? It was
when you go woke, you go broke.
Yeah, that's what he said. No, Dr. King, he said a leader is not just a finder of consensus, but a molder of it.
Yeah, exactly.
You know,
This is
that's one of the problems we have with just like the Democratic parties. We have too many finders of consensus, not enough molders of consensus. Whereas all the molders of consensus are on the Republican Party. Because if I guarantee you, if Republicans were more finders of consensus, they would just be anti-abortion, but not actually do anything about it, so they can keep it as a wedge issue. Because they basically caught the car. They're the dog that caught the car of the Roe v. Wade issue.
honestly. Oh, let's look at the chat a bit. Honestly, the liberal soccer moms are out organizing everyone, and it's embarrassing.
Oh, absolutely.
I think he said something along the lines of, "They had me in the first half. I'm not gonna lie." I want to know if Dee has read about the American labor movement of the early 20th century and how literal wars were fought over labor reforms. Like, people died, bro. I wonder if he finds that too extreme.
He probably would.
Like, the suffragettes were pretty extreme and violent as well, and they were criticized and mocked for it, by the way, by their by the contemporary society. And well, they sort of killed themselves as part of their, like, they threw themselves under the wheels of carriages, etc., you know, and they were mocked, etc. But you know what, they got the job done. Okay, they got the results. Which also buys into this whole notion that violence never leads to change, which is ridiculous. There was a whole panel about it recently.
Yeah. Non-violence only works because of the possibility of violence.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you're stealing my arguments. How can you do this?
I'm sorry. One mind, two gigglers.
It's true. Like, if you have, this is what I basically said to summarize your argument in a few words. If you don't have violence or even the threat of violence, then what's the incentive for the status quo to change, for the people that are in charge? What's the incentive to do anything? There isn't any. They just pat you on the head and say, yeah, okay. You know? There's no incentive to change anything, and there is not even a threat of violence looming in the air.
Yeah. You need that tension. You know, it's almost like the dialectic.
Right. Like in Poland in 1989, you have the bloodless revolution, as they call it, the change of the system, but there was a threat of violence there, you know?
Yeah.
So it wasn't as simple as, oh, they debated their way into the best ideas won in the marketplace.
Loaderbox has me banned. Like, the entire, like, after I did what I did to Sonsol, they just, like, all basically, like, came together to ban me.
Jesus. I didn't think that Loaderbox was in such good terms, with Sonsol, of all people.
Well, it's just, I guess, I don't know, my rhetorical strategy was just too strong for them. I don't know, if they wanted to try calling it sophistry, they could have, but I would have debated whether or not. I don't think I did sophistry. I think I just, like, basically just changed nouns and, like, watched them change their mind.
There has to be some threat of more dire actions to back up the hippie picketers. I say this as a hippie.
Yeah, like, you want them to, like, have to look at, like, a heavily armed insurrectionary group and then, like, a group of soccer moms and then, like, have to choose.
Right.
Like, you're gonna have to work with one of these people.
And it's like, Giggler, it's rough out there.
I think we'll be doing fine. I think COVID has helped out a lot in America because the Republican Party skews really old here, and
Unfortunately, in Poland, Like there's this new, even more far right party than the one in charge, and they do really well with young men.
Groypers.
Right, basically, yeah, fascists. They have the main 5 like points. You know what the main points of the Confederacy Party? Yeah, they're called the Confederacy Party. Do you know what their main 5 points are?
What are they?
No Jews, no LGBT, no taxes, no European Union, and I forgot the 5th one.
Wait, how are you going to pay for the ethnic cleansing if you have no taxes?
With money.
But where are you getting the money if you're not taxing?
Shh, shh, it's okay. It's okay. It's all good. You know?
Yeah.
So young men really like.
If the Democratic Party wanted to win, they would go take all their money and they would go to Stone Cold Steve Austin. Do you know who Stone Cold Steve Austin is?
No.
Okay, well. He's a wrestler. I'm sending you a link. You take this guy and you just make him progressive as hell.
Oh, damn.
Okay, he would go up on the debate stage, and DeSantis would say something about trans people, and he would just call DeSantis the F slur for caring about what trans people do.
True.
Okay,
Damn.
that would work with.
I cannot believe that DeSantis is actually a candidate, but then again, it's okay. X endorses him.
I can't wait for the debate stage because what Trump is going to do is he's going to spill water on DeSantis's like legs, like in his crotch area, and he's going to go, "Everybody, look, he pissed his pants. Oh my God, he peed. We're going Ron DePant piss over here."
I mean, technically speaking, DeSantis has already pissed his pants by doing the opening thing on Twitter. I'm sorry, X.
Oh, the not on. You dead named.
True.
X.
Can you believe where your mind state has to be to sort of, I don't know, to sort of destroy one of the most recognizable brands ever?
Yeah, it's pretty goofy.
Like,
Did Elon Musk put himself on the X?
imagine looking at, like, do you know what they rebranded retweeting to?
What brand?
Do you know what they changed retweeting to?
Repost.
Repost. You know, the most generic thing ever.
Yeah, like there are companies that would like kill for the amount of brand recognition that Twitter has.
Yeah, and then Elon Musk just replaced it with like the default thing. The most default thing possible.
Yeah, like it's literally used in equations to mean anything.
Elon wants to make Twitter a financial institution now. X was this thing before PayPal. Makes no sense. Yeah, it's gonna be half of all financial thing in the world.
Oh yeah. Half of all finances.
I think someone really put it best. I'm gonna quote them now. I'm gonna defeat the enemies. I'm gonna read you a quote, okay?
Okay.
A quote from a friend. Best quotes come from friends, you know?
Yeah.
Did you know that?
I didn't know that.
Friendship is magic.
Oh God, you're a brony. Or Pegasister.
I just know the slogan.
Okay.
So, the quote goes like this. Aren't you excited to give your credit card information to a company with a habit of wrongfully terminating staff and leaving entire departments comically understaffed and likely holding massive grudges. I mean, what could possibly go wrong?
That is so true. Apparently, there's going to be another exodus. Exodus. Because the stock options are finally like they were locked at the pre-Twitter sale price.
Oh,
And so
Jesus.
now they're not, so they're expecting another exodus.
Sounds exactly like how I want to do all my banking with.
I think Elon Musk has had his brain broken by like right-wing YouTubers.
I think his brain was always broken. It's just that he was rich and you could overcompensate for it.
I guess. See, this is why I need to write that Kingpin.
Like it was like when on Polish Twitter someone mocked Elon Musk and there are always, it's an international thing, you'll always find those defenders of businessmen, you know, saying, ho, you're criticizing this person, what have you accomplished, when he's one of the greatest people ever, you know.
Yeah.
And I sort of felt the need to chime in. Well, the fact that the platform has lost over half of its value sort of speaks for itself, doesn't it? Also, the main thing that Elon Musk has accomplished was being born a son of the owner of the mines in Africa.
Oh yeah, remember when his dad's a piece of shit, but his dad's a funny piece of shit, which is why I like his dad more than him.
Oh my God.
Because Elon was like, I'll give $5 million to anyone that can prove that my dad ran an emerald mine or something like that.
Yeah.
His dad tried to collect.
Oh God. That's amazing.
His dad was like, no, yeah, we totally went to like emerald mines. Yeah, he was there.
What did he? You know, if you're going to do something like that, you should at least, I don't know, consult it with your dad, I guess.
In a 2014 interview with Forbes, Musk noted that this is going to sound slightly crazy, but my father also had a share in the emerald mine in Zambia.
Right.
And on Twitter in December 2019, he noted that he didn't own an emerald mine. He said there's a difference between noting that and having owning and having a share.
Right.
And then.
Yeah,
Elon's dad says his son's whole career was funded by that emerald mine. Elon knows it's true. All the kids know about it. Oh yeah, I will pay 1 million Dogecoin for proof of this mine's existence, Musk tweeted earlier this month. And then Errol Musk said that the mine definitely exists, and then he'll take the Dogecoin.
So what did Elon Musk respond to this?
Elon saw them emeralds at our house. He knew I was selling them.
So what did Elon Musk say to this father tweet? Probably nothing, right?
Hold on.
I think the best response that he could have given to that would be like a "Dad" with an exclamation mark. Is that a thing?
Yeah. Oh yeah. As for Elon, I'm speed reading this article. As to why Errol thinks his son won't just admit that the mine was real, Elon's main concern is not to appear to be a trust fund kid who got everything given to him on a plate.
Was that the father saying that?
Yeah. Elon took risks and worked like blazes to be where he is today. The Emeralds helped us through a very trying time in South Africa. When people were fleeing the country in droves.
Isn't it like the IT crowd joke? Like do you know IT Crowd, the British comedy series?
Yeah, actually good.
So, do you remember the scene when the company owner, before he jumps off the window, says, "When I started this company, I only had a dream and £5 million."
Yeah.
So it's basically that, isn't it?
Yeah. It's basically. Well, no, then I think this is more interesting. Elon to the Emeralds helped us through a very trying time in South Africa. You mean when apartheid was ending?
Right.
People were country in droves, including his mother's whole family. Why did your mother's whole family have to flee South Africa?
I mean, yeah, I mean, being rich usually helps in trying times, quote unquote, doesn't it?
On apartheid, Clyde. Like, this is.
Yeah,
It's ridiculous.
it's Elon Musk. Jackson Hinkle vibes when he lied about the parents and the tooth fairy or something.
Oh, yeah. Jackson Hinkle's also a rich asshole because his dad's like an ad executive or something like that. His dad funded his like political stuff when he was like a Bernie-crat, trying to be like an 18-year-old on the city council.
Also, I've got you here now. So when we, like, are you gonna be up for long or are you getting tired?
I'm kind of getting tired. It's 2 in the morning here.
Oh no, that's not good. I was hoping I could get you to revive a debate with me.
What's the debate?
Review, not revive. Review.
Uh,
The one that happened last night.
with who?
Vowsh.
Vouch and who?
And some... Oh my god, chat, help me. Who was it? It was wild. It was some tanky type.
Wait, was it the Vanguard guy?
Yes, yes, it was. Yes. Thank you.
Was it wild? I thought it was amicable.
Amicable.
Or are we talking about the framework guy?
Did you see the debate last night?
When you say last night, do you mean like 12 hours ago?
A few hours ago. It was less than 12 hours ago.
The Vanguard boys seemed like somewhat amicable, but I did see a little bit of yelling at the framework guy.
Oh, that one was pretty chill. The next debate was wild one. Okay, so I want to see the wild one. I want to see the wild debate. Do you want to watch it with me?
That one's 3 hours long.
The wild one is 3 hours long?
Yeah, it's like 2 to 3 hours long.
Damn.
We can do it another time. But
Okay. It's a date.
Alright, I need to be responsible and go to sleep.
I'm being responsible. This is my job. This is my livelihood.
I know, but this is not my job and not my livelihood.
But you're supporting me because, you know,
I'm supporting
reasons.
you. I support you in the best way possible with content.
True. I'm gonna make a video essay about you and your problematic views. Just you wait.
What are my problematic views?
Your racism and sexism. And
Okay,
your all of your many bigotries.
You mean what makes me based?
True. But you're not supposed to say it out loud.
I'm
bigot.
I'm so bigoted. I'm gonna go to sleep about it.
Exactly, instead of talking to me, which is basically transphobia at this point.
True. I am super transphobic. All right. I gotta go.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Gigglers. I did my best. I tried to reform him, but it just wouldn't work. I tried to reform him. You saw what happened. It just wouldn't listen. Just talk over me and strawman my position. You saw what happened just now. I did my best. Some people just cannot be reached. Also, yes, good night, Alan. Even though you cannot be reached. Yes, so what do we do now? Lucy won the debate. True. True. Even though I didn't even want this to be a debate, but because debate is for evil people, for evil debate bros. You know? But he made it a debate. I won it even though I hate debate and I hate drama and debate. You know? I'm just here doing my thing and then Alan came in and tried his bigotries against me. And I tried to educate him and it just didn't work. I did my best to educate him and he just wouldn't listen. I mean, I don't have to explain it. You saw it happen in 4K. I 100% agree on that. He plays really fast and loose with the safety and the environment, common sense, skeptic, and some very compelling content about Starship that is damning. Wait, what? Going to space is cool and all, but I don't want an individual person making the decisions and doing it for profit. Plus, he's dumb and yeah, that's true. Okay, do we want to see the amicable debate? Vote. Vote now or forever don't vote anymore. If that makes sense. Is President Sunday streaming still? Not anymore. So yes, please. Yes, please. Thank you. Vote. Do we want to see the amicable debate now? Are we in an amicable mood after this bloody, brutal, evil debate that I've had with screaming and I missed some time down. Okay, can someone link it to me with a timestamp so that I can just put it in? Can someone link it? Vote yes, but I may fall asleep at some point. Sure, okay, link it, link me. Link me up. Or else I'll have to look for it. Nobody wants to link me? I'm just going to have to look for it. Like Thanos. Fine. I'll do it myself. When I defeat the enemies. Uh-oh. Hunting it up, thank you. The rogue is a pretty nice class. Very dynamic. I will check them out, hippie punk. So yes. I think it's from yesterday's stream. I'm gonna help you look it up. Vowsh. Vowsh. Vowsh Vidya. Playlist. Stream VODs. It's here. Talking with Vanguard, Ukraine debates, React, and drama more. That's it. We've got it. We've got it. Don't worry. So when does the amicable thing begin?
No, a nostril ring? Oh, I don't know what that is, Vermin. I thought that's just a septum piercing. Because I was with my mom and she was driving me to get a haircut, and my mom went through this intersection, and I was 15, so I was just about to start driving myself, and I was waiting at this intersection thinking, I am never going to get confident enough driving to drive this intersection. There will never be a point in time where I'm comfortable enough with driving to be able to do this intersection. And of course now I do. Now I love this intersection.
Oh, Vowsh. You and your bragging. Here it is. Where is it?
Ooh. Wow.
Okay, when does the talk start?
Not mine, but I'm obsessed. And you know what the difference is? You know what the difference is?
I don't know.
This looks expensive. I can imagine a quirky guy assembling these pieces over time to make their room look like this without being well.
Okay, listen, it's time.
Had about the Green Party, about third party.
But worse. I expected this to be like a tiny box.
155.31.
This is oh sh. It's kind of like this.
And it does look like our guest of the hour.
There we go. Vowsh.
Yeah, so I guess without further ado,
Let's go.
We'll go ahead and just say, "What's up, Vowsh? How are you?"
What's up, Vowsh?
I'm sleepy today. How are you doing?
No, I don't know if this is just me, but I cannot hear what Vowsh is saying.
Uh-oh. Vowsh messed up the audio.
Any audio? That's weird.
Audio.
Vowsh.
Let me see what I can do on our end, Gavin.
Yo.
Oh, there we go. You're good.
There we go. It reset with.
Sorry, the timestampers ain't got you yet. It's okay. It's close enough. So thank you. This sort of thing is like what we want to see here. Technical issues, problems, and stuff.
Mic I use. Yeah. Hello. Howdy. How you doing?
Doing good. Doing good. Yeah. Sorry to cut you off, Zach. Doing great, man. Really excited to have this chat.
Oh boy.
You know, this is a conversation that I think needs to be had about the Green Party, about third party movements in general, and specifically about the candidate in question, Dr. Cornel West, who I know we have some disagreements on, Vowsh. So
Greeno.
To the Vanguard, thank you so much for taking the time to come hash this out with us. What have you been up to, man?
Having a bad sleep schedule mostly. I got a new kitten recently.
I'm getting nervous. I'm gonna be quite honest. Maybe that's a terrible take, but talking about the Green Party seems like a boring topic. Is this gonna be boring? This is not gonna be boring, is it? Uh-oh. Okay.
Recently, what?
Second debate, probably better react content, but it's longer. I promised Ellen DeGenerate to do it some other time. Yeah, I knew that was their big beef was mostly over Colonel West and his running. Damn.
What else? I'm trying to make a video game. That's been pretty fun. Just a wide range of, this is my word of the day, bohemian interests. Being Joe Biden's strongest soldier, obviously, that's a day job. No, fun stuff like that. And I am happy to talk with you both. Whatever our disagreements, I find something interesting about the both of you, which distinguishes you from who I would consider to be your contemporaries, is that you're both actually human beings. Not how I feel about a lot of other people I have this disagreement on.
Yeah, well, we try and be,
Look, I mean, I mean, everybody considers themselves to be a reasonable person. I guess it's not much of an entry point to be like, well, you know, I consider myself to be a pretty reasonable human, a pretty personable guy. But I mean, I guess I could just see multiple angles.
False. I consider myself to be extremely unreasonable and unpersonable. So there you go. Got him.
On the third-party strategy thing, and that's why I wanted to, you know, kind of broach this with you, Vowsh. Back in 2020,
Vowsh.
I think I was sympathetic to a lot of the arguments that you're about to present to our audience. You know, given the tremendous threat of, you know, Donald Trump returning to office. You know, obviously in the wake of COVID-19, that was all on the forefront of everybody's minds. He had basically not handled one of the most, destructive viruses of all, our entire lifetime, going back over 100 years. He was, careless in every fucking international conflict that we got into. We could go into the litany of problems of Donald Trump. And as a result of that, I was like, look, guys, I don't have any very kind words to say about Joe Biden, but I'm going to go ahead and pull the lever for the guy, given the fact that I think that he might do a couple of key issues that there's do things I agree with on, certain key issues, that Donald Trump was just absolutely unwilling to kind of consider, to unwilling to go down the road of. Obviously, one of the chief things that I was interested in with Joe Biden, grasping at threads. He's not a perfect candidate, obviously, but I thought that he would do a better job at things like getting back into the Iran deal. Donald Trump practically nuked our relationship with Iran. Obviously, there was the extra.
So the other thing to take into account with the Vanguard boys here is they aren't dumb. I do remember them later also taking on Ukraine. And that got a bit more spicy. Oh no. Good night, Maya Major. Good night. How long is this thing? Good night, Maya Mayor. I'm gonna drink some. I'm gonna pause.
Extrajudicial assassination of Qasem Soleimani. There was the appointment of John Bolton, who has wanted nothing throughout his entire career than conflict with Iran, etc. So I thought that Joe Biden would be able to come in and shore that up, potentially rejoin the Iran nuclear deal, which was a accomplishment of the Obama and Biden administration that I actually thought was good. He abandoned that. He abandoned the $15 minimum wage, was unwilling to literally do the most pen stroke work of firing a Senate parliamentarian to raise the minimum wage to $15 an hour. He opened up offshore drilling in natural areas more than even Donald Trump had. He didn't end Title 42 until, 6-7 weeks ago. It feels like, that was longer than Donald Trump had the brutal immigration policy enforced, even though it was at the height of the pandemic at that time. These lists of things lead me to feel like the minutia between Joe Biden and, again, we said it on a clip that I think you reacted to. I'm not here to make the case that, Joe Biden is as bad or worse than Donald Trump. I do not believe that. I believe that he is clearly the lesser evil candidate. But I also don't believe that with the timeline that we have, continuously supporting the lesser evil candidate is going to yield the results that I think all three of us would like. I may be giving birth to grandchildren that get to see a post-climate society in the year 2080. You know what I mean? Maybe not having to pay $6,000 a month for rent if you live in an urban epicenter, right? Because at the rate that things are going, so much displacement is going to occur both internationally as a result of the aforementioned climate change, but also domestically as the cost of living goes up in a way that Joe Biden is absolutely unwilling to intervene on. So just to kind of start the discourse, that's kind of where I'm coming at all of this on. Vowsh, how would you try and present to me that I should still vote for Joe Biden anyway in the face of all of those lack of accomplishments, and not a candidate like Cornel West, who I think is much more on the same page as me politically?
Oh, he won't win.
Well, leaving aside the criticisms I have for Cornel West, of which there were at least a few, the broader argument to me is just that
he won't win.
A choice we have in the matter.
There you go. I knew it.
Positive outcomes we're going to get for this country and its political future will be dictated by the interests of the working class, and at the moment we have to meet the working class where they are. The vast majority of people in this country consider political engagement in this country to be limited to a discussion between Joe Biden and Donald Trump, or the Democrats and the Republicans. I don't think that we can skip a step and jump right on over to Cornel West, especially when the system is electorally rigged against third parties. Our best bet is to continue to use the potential viability of the Democrats to hold back the tide of fascist power taking And in so doing, hopefully we can, as an additional step, try to warm them up to better ideas. I think Bernie Sanders did a great job of this, simultaneously bolstering the Democratic Party while also introducing people to more radical ideas within it. But we don't really have the luxury of handing anything over to Trump or the GOP. They're openly anti-democracy. Trump just said he'd suspend the Constitution. Every candidate but Trump is worse than Trump. DeSantis is worse than Trump. Vivek is worse than Trump. He's the best case scenario in the GOP, and he's also not acceptable. It's not a luxury we have to say, well, you know, we can leave this up on a shot. We can leave it to a lark while we play around with our better options. I think we have to work on what reaches the most people most effectively, which is why I'd be more positively inclined to Cornel West if he'd ran as a Democrat. I know the Dems are not keen on a primary this time around, but I think he could have reached a lot more people than if he, you know, gone the road that he did.
Yeah, well, first of all, I wanted to say that I'm actually not opposed to the idea of Dr. Cornel West running as a Democrat. There have been a couple people that have posited the idea. I think there was a Jacobin article written saying that Cornel should run as a Democrat, take advantage of the primary. And some people were like dunking on that article and its author. I thought that that article was perfectly reasonable. I understand why Cornel West doesn't want to run in the Democratic Party primary, but ultimately it's not something that I think would necessarily make his campaign any less viable. For sure, if anything, it would only make it more viable and would only give him more attention in the media, more access to mainstream media spaces in which he can, you know, deliver his message and kind of have a megaphone to speak to the American people. But that being said, he decided to run as a Green Party candidate, not in the Democratic primary. So I think that's kind of where we have to analyze the situation from. And as far as the Democratic primary goes, there actually is a candidate that Zach and I are supporting in that primary as well. We're both huge fans of Marianne Williamson and what she's bringing to the conversation. I think in many ways her candidacy comes close to embodying the essence of the progressive movement that Bernie Sanders started and the progressive socialist message that he kind of became so successful because of, right? And honestly, one of the most depressing things for me to watch happen as a progressive political commentator has been the dissipation of energy around policies like Medicare for All in the wake of the Bernie Sanders campaign ending in 2020. Bernie Sanders proved to us that via electoralism, I think even in the form of a long shot campaign, you really can move the ball forward. You can normalize progressive policies like socialized healthcare and massively increase public support and enthusiasm for said proposals, just like Bernie Sanders did before he even really had a chance of winning, right? I think it's hard to get people really excited about progressive activism, specifically when it relates to kind of depressing subject matters like climate change, for example. But I think it's a lot easier to get people excited about and paying attention to a presidential campaign. I've always said that progressive presidential campaign is like a rising tide that lifts the boats of progressive activism, just like we saw with Bernie. All these activist movements like for healthcare, et cetera, they got a big, huge help, like a big lift thanks to the enthusiasm that Bernie generated for those causes and those movements. And that's why I think it's really important that the left continues to engage in electoralism in presidential elections, and that our ideas have a marked presence in the debate surrounding the presidential election, which again is when most people kind of start tuning in and actually start paying attention to politics. That's why Zach and I have been so enthusiastic.
Let me see. Flat out, first past the post is bad. At the Electoral College Electoral College is a whole mess. Best shot is support Dems and the Nationalists for now and work third parties locally. It worked well for Bernie running as a Democrat. He did very well considering not being associated with a party. Hippie punk, but he wanted to run in the freaking People's Party, a full-on grift party. Damn. I don't know much about the parties in the US, apart from the main two, of course.
Of Marianne Williamson, who I do think comes close to embodying that essence that Bernie Sanders represented. Like I said, that progressive message, her platform is very similar to his and in some ways even better, but despite the fact that Marianne, as well as RFK Jr., who I'm not a fan of, despite the fact that they're polling at 10% and 20% respectively, the DNC is completely refusing to sanction debates, in essence, refusing to sanction a primary at all. And meanwhile, they're talking about what a threat to democracy the Republicans represent. They're not even entertaining the idea of democracy when it comes to their own party electorate. I think that's pretty crazy. And I think that it leaves us no choice but to engage in the presidential electoral process via the only other means that's left to us, which is to enter the general election as a third-party candidate to try to get on the debate stage that way, because the issues that we're fighting for as progressives are simply too pressing for us to take 4 years off and stand idly by as they coronate Joe Biden again, who's a feeble personification of establishment politics, who, despite being slightly better than some of his more neoliberal counterparts in the Democratic Party, still completely fails to meet the moment on the front of climate change, income inequality, ballooning police budgets, the military budget, and more. Tens of thousands of Americans continue to die every year under Joe Biden's watch due to lack of health insurance. And despite the fact that Biden promised to deliver a public option for the people while he was campaigning, he hasn't mentioned it since getting elected. Without Cornel West as a left flank candidate representing a thorn in the side of Joe Biden, who will call him out and hold him accountable for his failures, Vowsh? Who will make
Vowsh.
a moral case against the neoliberalism that he represents? Because if it's not Cornel West, the only other candidate is potentially going to be Joe Manchin, who's not Donald Trump. If he decides to get in the race as an independent candidate or a no labels candidate, then that will represent the Overton window shrinking even more, and less debate, less attention for actual leftist causes that all three of us care about. Who will keep the momentum for policies like a Green New Deal, reparations, Medicare for all, and others alive while Joe Biden and Donald Trump continue to shrink the Overton window? And that's just the question that I most wanted to ask you, Vowsh.
Well, there's a lot to get at there, but unfortunately, the answer is, if
That's
it's not
true.
in the Democratic primary, the answer is you don't get to. That's it. Nothing we do can come at the potential risk of empowering the fascists. Anti-fascism is the #1 ideological priority of everyone who isn't a fascist. It's as simple as that.
That's true. Also, I will go to the toilet, so be right back. Don't go anywhere. We still have a lot of stuff to do. I'm gonna read the chat before I go to the toilet, so don't worry about that. The Democratic Party is full of lobbyists. Nancy Pelosi does not represent the progressive values that are all striving for. Not even AOC. The Democratic Party is just shuffling rights. Take some, give. Right? Yeah, that's true. Unfortunately, that's true. We don't really have truly progressive parties that are strong. I'll be right back. And now I am back with full of love. My goodness, gigglers. So much love to give. It is absolutely true. So much giggling. It's true, Palm Dad. Unbelievable amount. How goes it? I was AFK for a bit. We're watching an amicable Vowsh debate.
Fair. I'm publicly critical of the Democrats for being so opposed to internal democracy. I've mocked them for being worse about it than the Republicans. But that doesn't change the underlying math. If anything that is done to, as you say, hold the neoliberal accountable, and it won't meaningfully, of course. The Democrats don't care if they lose, and they certainly don't care if an edge case candidate like Cornel West, who almost certainly, based on historical records, won't get 5%, but even if he did, wouldn't make a dent in Joe Biden's viability as a candidate. Unless it's to lose against Trump, which is the thing that we cannot allow to happen.
I saw the beginning of this one before we started our PoE of exile lessons. Of exile. Wait, isn't PoE just path of exile? Why do you say PoE of exile if PoE is the path of exile? I'm confused. Also, we should continue path of exile during the week.
If it's not done in the Democrat primary, then that's just...
It is the meme. Oh.
We can't risk this. I don't think that progressives are going to sleep for 4 years if Joe Biden wins again. There's plenty that we can do within that space. There's plenty progressives have done. Midterms showed that progressives won big, more than we expected, certainly, both in the sense that Republicans lost and the better Democrats won. We've seen wins in places like Chicago on local levels. I think that there's room for a long...
I'm starting to get the game, even though I just scratched the surface of the surface. By Vowsh logic, nothing fundamentally will never change ever. Well, I don't think that's what he's saying. What he's saying is that if you, like, unfortunately the reality is that, like, you will not get the change by voting third party. It will just, like, he's not saying that nothing will change. He's saying that the change will not happen through the third party. And while you are working for the change through other means or whatever, you do still have to vote for the thing that will do less harm. Those things are not mutually exclusive, you know. Vote third parties will never be viable in the voting. It's like, we think a bit too narrowly, I think. Like, we think that, like, we must fight for a change in other ways as well. But if a fascistic party wins, it will be much harder to do the change, if that makes sense, right? We should. I have an appointment to go back to the dentist on Thursday, and I have a raid tomorrow and Wednesday, but otherwise, I'm fine to do it. Wait, what's your raid? In what game are you raiding? I disagree with that assertion of the other chatter. I think he's saying it's ineffective in the current system, even as a way to advocate for third parties. RAF Classic, wow. Even as a way to activate for third parties to run as a third party because of the consolidation of attention of the Democratic-Republican primaries. It's more effective to run as one of the two binary options and criticize the fact that you have to. Not voting for Biden is a vote for the Republicans. Pushing to change the system should be done first. Yeah, I think fighting for change and voting for the lesser evil, quote unquote, are not mutually exclusive. Let's look at the cutscene.
Who the hell are you? No, don't answer. You step lightly, and you reek of dried blood. You're a killer. What do you want?
I heard you can teach me a few things.
Let's see if you're worthy of teaching first. I've got a job that needs doing. You help me, maybe I'll help you. I run with the Sisterhood of the Sightless Eye. One of ours is missing. Bakira. She took 2 rookies and set out after an artifact, a coin. Help me find her. If you're not all talk, you might learn a thing or two.
I am all talk. I'm fine being all talk. Where do I go? Jeez. Where do I go? Oh, okay.
Work that can be done. We just have to do it in ways that don't potentially give ammunition or power to our adversaries. I don't think we get another election if the GOP wins again. We don't really have room to mess up on that front.
I guess my follow-up to that, Vowsh, would be, what is your
Vowsh.
end? And maybe you don't have one, but I think that that's kind of the gap here, right? Is I think that, per my mind, let's just...
Yes, he's saying that it's an essential fact in the current political system and climate that we cannot achieve any positive outcomes with Republicans. They are antithetical to anything except fascism and Christian and white nationalism. And splitting the general election vote is a disadvantage against keeping them out of power. At least with Democrats, we stave off fascism in its worst form and have much more room to advocate for a better system, right? Or to fight for change in general.
Engage in a counterfactual. We, show up, everybody votes for Joe Biden, kind of per your argument that you laid out, Vowsh, as a denouncement of fascism from the Republican Party in whatever form it takes, Vivek, DeSantis, Donald Trump, who cares, right? And then at that point, you have Joe Biden in his second term.
True. Joseph Biden.
Dead.
One of our new sisters. Look close. Blood everywhere, but only one stab wound. A quick kill. And they tossed her remains to the wargs. Messy, but it covered their tracks. Smart.
We're gonna do this quest real quick. Damn.
Any more time?
Another rookie. This one put up a fight. He saw it coming. So the killer went for his joints first. Finished him off when he was down. Whoever it was, they were trained as a rogue.
Trained as a rogue.
Hold up.
Oh, I wasn't supposed to go in here. Okay, I'm holding up.
It's not just the killer we're after. The coin's dangerous too. It bears a hole in the middle. When you look through, it shows you others' weaknesses. But it also drives you bleeding mad. Don't know who we'll find in there for sure. If they've got the coin, they'll hit you where it hurts. You better be ready.
I'm ready. So I was supposed to go here. Just had to listen to this quick thing first.
I'm not ready yet.
I'm ready. Still believe that binary choice will not save us. Also on the right wing, it's not the total collapse of democracy like some people are making out to be. It's terrible but not irreversible. I'm afraid it's difficult for me to agree with this. It might very well lead to the total collapse of democracy. Look at Hungary. Look at what's happening in Poland. The government is working diligently to do away with democracy. Give right-wing parties enough time in charge and they will first deteriorate and then they will do away with democracy for sure. And keep in mind, we're not talking about the binary choice saving us. We have to put in the work apart from the election cycle. I sound naive? Do I sound naive? I mean, I am a bit naive, but I think my naivete is why everybody loves watching me. Oh. But yeah, I live in the country where the far right is in charge, and they are absolutely like doing everything in their power to deteriorate democracy and then do away with it. Yeah. If that makes sense. That's it.
I'm not ready yet.
The Democrats aren't amazing, but they're essentially a pause button, and we're 15 seconds away from disaster. We won't get another chance to pause for a long time. If ever they could irreparably change our system of government, if they could control our free branches. The Republicans now are not the same Republicans a decade ago. Trump even tried to steal the election. Others will try. I'm not saying this, I'm just reading the chat. In fact, I will cut this out of the stream or whatever. Well, even under the far-right rule, Poland, by most metrics, is still thriving. Well, it's thriving for whom? Is what I'm asking. Right? Nazi Germany was also thriving by all metrics. Keep that in mind. Before the war, Nazi Germany was thriving by all metrics. So, you know, I'm not sure if this is an argument. that a country is quote unquote thriving. Right, there are worse than 15 years ago. They were terrible, but this is another level of entirely. So yeah, like you should keep this in mind. And of course, thriving for whom?
I'm not ready yet.
Poland is not thriving for the LGBT, that's for sure. Poland does not have a thriving healthcare system either. It's not thriving if you want to own a home. Well, there's that as well. Like, thrive, you always have to ask thriving for whom. True. True! Whoever did this grant, but I have to finish the quest first. But again, Nazi Germany was technically speaking thriving. I mean the quality of life generally in general terms, and then economically. Well, that was Nazi Germany. Nazi Germany was also increasing the quality of life and, generally speaking, was thriving economically. You know? It was unsustainable, but it was thriving. Republicans are not great for improving economy for average people. And economically, it's throwing only for about 30% of people. If you look at statistics of who earns how much, true. It's not middle-right boring conservatives, it's for right loons and nut jobs thinking about the benefits of slavery and Jewish space lasers. Right. Gee. Yeah.
I need more time.
I mean, there's a reason why streaming is for me more... Right now, streaming, like, look at my size. I'm extremely small. I'm under 1K subscribers. But streaming is still more viable for me than if I went out and got a job. So, you know.
I'm not ready yet.
With that said, please support this stream if you can. Because every dollar counts, okay? The inflation is still big. keep in mind, the inflation problem has not passed. Poland may be thriving, but people living here are not. We had like 18% inflation a few months ago. True. Which is why whatever you can donate is good enough for me, okay? That is the truth of the matter.
You're safe.
The underlying truth of the matter.
You're safe.
People are earning more in Poland, but we have the super inflation and prices are rising as well. We're so thriving that I'm in huge debt and I cannot afford the dentist.
I'm not ready yet.
Which is sad not to be able to afford the dentist, but you know.
Your Honor, got the coin, but it messed up my head. I saw worms digging in people's hearts. Their secrets, their scars. So easy to slice where the coin showed me. Had to stop it. I'm sorry.
The coin.
Where is it, sister?
No. No! It's mine! You won't take it from me! Leanna, I tried to kill myself. Stop this fight from ever happening.
For all the good it did, you were a fighter to the last.
You taught me well.
What a waste.
True.
You and me, we're done here. You saw masters in action. Bested one, even. I can't teach you better than that. As for Bakira, she needs a burial, and I'll see it done. And the Sisterhood should know of the coin. Let them figure out what to do with it. You did good. Be smarter than she was, alright?
Oh. See, this is better. Basic skills now generate combo points. Core skills consume combo points for additional effects. Okay. Golem moment, true.
You know, continuing his policy directions as he was engaged with today. And then he passes away, and we get Kamala Harris as the VP, who takes over and is now the president. And then the next election cycle comes around, and they say there's not going to be a primary. It will be Kamala Harris in a similar way as it is right now, where they just decide not to engage in debates. They say, we have our president. This is the first black woman president. This is the person that we're going to go with. And
Can
then
I
again,
answer you preemptively? Because I know what you're getting at.
You're going to just say you'd vote for her, right?
It never ends. We suffer and then we die. If all you can do in an election is push the fascists back for 4 more years, and then you do so, that's a victory. If you have the opportunity in an election to do something more, or a primary candidate to put forward who might be able to do something more, then you do that. And I think we should do that. But ultimately, the fight doesn't end at the ballot box. There are plenty of extra legislative and extra electoral ways to get your political message across. But we have to understand what we are capable of doing within the purview of any given election. Right now, with Joe Biden at the helm, the only thing we can do in 2024 is give ourselves a little bit more time. And maybe that'll be the case in 2028 and 2032 and so on and so forth. Maybe that'll be the case for as long as I'm alive. But if the math pans out that way, that's all there is to do with it. Socialism has been a known concept for well over a century. There is no socialist country on earth today. We have to understand we're dealing with timetables that extend well beyond our lives. We can't get indignant and frustrated when we don't get what we want, because the truth is we'll never get what we want, and then we'll die. No socialist has ever gotten what they wanted. It's the ability to rationally assess the range of what is possible and to act within it. Something political radicals tend to be really bad at. Fascists are always getting themselves killed because they can't understand the nature of the threats they face. And socialists have a similar problem. An inability to understand the meaningful distinctions between fascism and liberalism being a key one. If we don't understand that, then we will also be killed. We need to understand that the venue for our engagement with the masses has to be done under a liberal democracy. You can't do it under fascism. We're not allowed to speak under fascism.
But apparently we're not able to do it under a liberal democracy, as you just laid out. You said that we're always
doing it.
Right now. But this hasn't been working, Vowsh. We've been spiraling towards climate change. Even if you look at people who would agree with you, Vowsh, and allege that we need to vote for Joe Biden and stave off the threat of fascism at the expense of everything else, our climate change future, our the state of the planet, all of those kinds of things. Which I'm not a single issue voter. I don't mean to come off that way. Although I do think that the climate change conundrum, if you want to put it mildly, is something that needs to be addressed. Immediately. And so to have this kind of line of thinking where it's like, no, all we can do is prioritize staving off the Republican Party, that just leads me to believe that we're all going to die from climate change, and I can't accept that outcome.
Well, we are, for one, but for two, the Republicans would be worse on the climate change issue too. Trump doesn't believe climate change exists, at least he pretends not to believe it exists.
Vowsh is very practically almost doomering. How does third party help with climate change? It doesn't. We haven't been as effective as we would like, it's true, but the difference is being able to attempt and not. That's what the risk is with fascists getting it right.
Beck has openly stated that climate change is happening and it's anthropogenic, but it's good. And Ron DeSantis has laughed as insurance agencies pull their plans and coverage from Florida due to increasing damage from extreme weather events. Oh, no. I'm not saying Biden's good on climate change. I'm just saying they're worse. Yet another reason to keep them at bay.
Vowsh, Biden has done more drilling, though, than Donald Trump. Under Biden's administration, gas drilling approvals outpaced Donald Trump's. According to the Washington Post, Biden is approving more oil and gas drilling permits on public lands than Donald Trump.
Okay.
I don't think it's fair to say that if climate change is your number one issue, then that's a reason why you have to just keep voting for the Democrats, when I think this is one of the...
Are you earnestly suggesting that on all the issues altogether, if we were to surmise the positions and policies associated with climate, that Biden has been worse than Donald Trump? He was more of a coal guy. I think you're focusing on one specific element of his presidential term. I think if you look at the whole picture, though, it's pretty clear. The Republican Party is far, far worse on climate issues than the Democrats.
That's
I
true.
think that is fair. I think that is fair to point out. However, I think the degree to which they are better is at times just appallingly unacceptable.
Right.
I mean,
and
he's
if I
given a
could
bunch
get
of funding for green energy and subsidies to green energy. He believes climate change exists, which is a pretty
True.
important step in any kind of meaningful improvement, I'd say.
Yeah, but if you look at the actual trajectory of the rate that we've been destroying the planet, all of those steps are going to be inconsequential, right? So that's all kind of irrelevant. Like, he's taking menial steps. He's not actually willing to do the hard work that it would take in order to,
Yeah, so we have
create
two
solutions.
options, and one of them's worse, so we should go for the not worse one.
Well, I want to push back on that whole logic, Vowsh, because I don't think that you
Vowsh.
necessarily just have to accept the status quo when it comes to the duopoly and their control over our options. You talk a lot about fascism and enabling fascism, but I think we would both agree that one of the big red flags of a fascist political party is a party that tries at all costs to stop any sort of democracy from happening, to stop people from engaging or choosing candidates that align with their values. And I don't think that describes
think
any
the Dems are
political
fascist.
institution. Okay, well, I think that element of the Democratic Party is absolutely fascist, the way that they refuse to sanction democracy, not when Joe Biden has a candidate with 1% in the polling. I understand why Biden wouldn't want to debate a candidate who was maybe polling at 1%, similar to how Bill Weld challenged Donald Trump. He never got above like 2% in the polling, so Donald Trump never debated Bill Weld. I don't think that was like some sort of anti-democratic fascist thing. I understand why Trump, the incumbent of his party, didn't want to debate Bill Weld, but the fact of the matter is that Marianne Williamson is at 10%, RFK is at 20%. Biden is refusing to even basically acknowledge the fact that his challengers exist. They're not sanctioning a primary. They're in no way sanctioning democracy. And even if you want to say, okay, well, this is an incumbent presidency, usually the incumbent president doesn't have to go through a primary. Okay, this one's an exception. Well, let's go back to 2016. You want to talk about enabling fascism? The Democratic Party enabled the fascism of Donald Trump. Hillary Clinton did the Pied Piper strategy, elevated Donald Trump among the Republican candidates. Meanwhile, they fucked over and cheated Bernie Sanders, who was the actual people's candidate that could have defeated Donald Trump. Bernie Sanders could have staved off Donald Trump, and the DNC enabled the fascism of the Republican Party.
We're laying on a lot here, and we're doing some misnomers. All right, I'm a Bernie supporter. I don't take that back. They enabled the fascism unintentionally, but the Democratic Party did not deliberately get Donald Trump to win by fronting Hillary Clinton. The Democrats are incompetent and in some points collaborationist, but not insofar as they're willing to cede elections to the right. And they don't have to be internally democratic. They're a political party, not a government agency. They don't have to run a primary. I would prefer they did.
Isn't that deeply problematic?
Oh, I agree, but it's not fascism. I don't want these terms conflated, because to be clear, if the Republican Party got what they wanted, they would kill you both.
Vowsh, I'm not
No. I want to be really clear, because we're clear on the wait, please. I didn't finish. We're clear on the threat of climate change, right? I understand the stakes involved. I just want it to be known that when I say, well, the Republican Party is fascist or whatever, I'm not just talking about like a temporary secession of rights. What I'm saying is, by my estimation, I feel I've made arguments that are fair and reasonable in this account, they would shoot you. So we're dealing with a threat level that we don't get to play with. There's no gradient here. We don't get to put a toe in and decide, okay, well, we'll cede a bit of power, but if it means that Cornel West gets to throw a rock at Biden, God, I wish, on the debate stage, there are concessions that we can't make. And as long as we can agree that Biden is better than Trump, which I think is a easy argument to make, the question then is, insofar as we accept Biden must win, what can we do for the progressive agenda? And I think that's a valid question. And there's plenty we can do there, even stuff that upsets the Democratic Party. I mean, there's lots of work to be done there.
I agree, Vowsh, but I think you're like slightly missing. I just want to make it clear what I'm saying here. I think that, and I agree about the threat, the fascist.
People need a party that is not funded completely by American companies and business. That would be a first great step of a third party. Well, it also needs to be viable. Like the greatest party in the world is useless if it cannot win votes.
That the Republicans represent. I also, and this might be a slightly an area of disagreement that we don't have to go down an entire road. I also think the Democrats represent a more milquetoast variety of fascism. That is fascism nonetheless, but I will grant you that the Republican Party represents a more real, more scary form of fascism. And my problem with the duopoly is that every single election cycle, as you said, it leads to there being a 50% chance of a fascist being elected. You said that earlier in the conversation. We just have to deal with the system and keep trying to stave off the fascists every time. Well, in 2016, more people voted for Hillary Clinton than Donald Trump, and the fascist still became president. In 2020, more people voted for Joe Biden than Donald Trump, and Biden did become president, but now the fascist is back. Biden didn't, charge him with sedition or take care of the problem or anything. He's back. Now we have to come out and do it all over again.
Yeah,
This is
we're
happen
gonna until we die. Yes.
And I reject that, and I think that
You
that
can't
dynamic,
reject it.
that
It's
duopoly
reality.
is worth protesting. I think it is worth protesting.
Need a lot of changes to be able to support a viable third-party candidate of any sizable chunk of the electorate in any category of office, especially for a presidential run.
Just like many other elements of our society, which seem to be just set in stone and unchangeable, I think it's worth protesting. Every other developed country,
unchangeable. I don't think it's unchangeable. It cannot be. We cannot make attempts to change it in ways which allow for the fascists to win. I want it to change, but we can't attempt to change it in ways that cede ground to the fascists. That's my only condition.
Well, don't you think that it's ceding ground to the fascists more not to vote at all than it is to vote green? There's 40% of the country that doesn't vote at all. There's like 1% of the electorate that actually does decide to participate in democracy, that shows up to the polls and they cast their vote not for a fascist, but for someone to the left of even the Democrat. How is that person enabling fascism when 40% of the country doesn't even get out of the bed to go vote at all? How is that? How are these
Because
people enabling fascism?
A person who doesn't vote is unknowingly enabling fascism. A person who votes green is knowingly enabling fascism. You're right, though. But mathematically, they're the same thing. And I've got plenty of issues with people who don't vote, too.
I think that if I could maybe expand this a little bit, Vowsh, because I am curious. I think that if we went down a litany of issues, political positions, right, Medicare for, let's just call it the Bernie Sanders slate, of modern policy prescriptions to make America a better place, right? I think down the line, you and I would probably agree with a lot of those issues. Am I correct in that?
I'm sure prescriptively we agree on almost every political issue.
Okay. So my question for you is, if you're unwilling to engage in a electoral pursuit, you say, I'm not saying we can never have any of these things. I'm just saying that I'm not willing to risk it, i.e. in opposition to Donald Trump, right? Or, whatever the Republican Party is offering, which will undoubtedly be a fascist. How do we get there, right? Because I personally believe that a lot, right? I believe that, hey, we have to, I actually voted for Hillary Clinton, right? I was not fucking around with Donald Trump. You know what I mean? I've never been one of those people that was and neither has Gavin, one of those people that was January 6th wasn't that bad, or this guy is not actually a problem. I think that, that's absolutely absurd and just wrong by every metric, right? Donald Trump was fucking horrible as a president, but after seeing the amount of discourse around pushing Biden to the left, after seeing the amount of, these are the things that we have to do in order to accomplish things outside of the electoral process. This is what we have to do. And that was what was lectured to everybody in 2020, right? We actually had Noam Chomsky on our show, and he fucking lectured us about it. You know what I mean?
No, don't worry. I'd call him a fascist, too.
Well, there you go. You know what? He's certainly terse. I'll put it that way. But, what I'm saying is that I am sympathetic to a lot of what you're sympathetic to. But how do we get there? Because I'm not willing to accept the outcome of we're just going to all die from climate change. Nobody's ever going to have health care. Rent is going to be continuously more and more unaffordable, as will things like food that's nutritious and, grown organically. Which our chat always calls me a yuppie for, but I do think everyone is entitled to. Things like that. How do we accomplish that, in your estimation, still voting for Joe Biden?
Well, I think that, we need people on our side, obviously. Right now, it's about meeting people where they are. The average American right now, what do they care about? You say healthcare, they don't care. They don't care about healthcare. Inflation, they don't care about inflation. They say they do. People talk about it when they're told. But what actually motivates people to get up, to go outside, to get angry online? Overwhelmingly, it's not meaningful stuff that actually affects the quality of their lives. It's culture war stuff. I mean, it's unfortunate. I'm not saying inflation and healthcare aren't important. They're critically important. But we can see this with climate change, right? Climate change, the greatest existential threat man has ever seen. And right now in England, if you go to, you're one of those just...
Well, it's not exactly that people don't care about the existential stuff, about the meaningful stuff. It's that the culture war stuff is used as a reason for why the meaningful stuff is happening, basically, most of the time. When a super far right party is invoking the culture war, it's basically saying, see, this culture war topic is causing all of the bad things that you should be worrying about. And if we only can get rid of, can defeat this minority group, then everything will just sort itself out. That's basically what it
Oil protesters,
boils
you
down
go in
to
front of a
usually.
car for 2 seconds. Every British
that's
person,
crazy.
they'll jump out of their car, they'll beat you to death right there. The cops will put their thumbs up. They want you dead, you know? People are bad at estimating the positions that actually matter to them. And I think what most people, I shouldn't say most, but many liberals in America are most concerned with right now is the encroach of fascism. It's something I'm obviously pretty concerned with as well. I think the best way to affect change is to work on wedge issues and pivot points, assuage people when possible, and get them increasingly concerned with the issues we care about when given the opportunity. So this is why Biden got so many more votes than Hillary Clinton, in addition to the fact that Biden is much more likable than Hillary. It's because after one term of Donald Trump's presidency, people realize, oh, this isn't like Bush anymore. You know, we can't just sit grumpy on the sidelines. There's like a threat, you know? Towards the end of Trump's presidency, Attorney General Barr was threatening sedition charges to Black Lives Matter protesters. Could have rounded up millions of Americans, though realistically he probably would have captured far fewer than that. It still would have been a threat to essentially everyone. This is a real problem. And now people are all worked up over it. And a lot of people will take anyone, Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, anyone, over the alternative. So I say, work with it. Be God's strongest soldier for Joe Biden. Assuage those fears. Work
But that
in
doesn't.
line.
Hold on. I don't want to cut you off.
But we're doing
I just
it for a good reason. Because we're biding our time. And we're introducing our perspective on wedge issues when given the chance. See, that's why I think the progressives did so well back in 2020. This is the era of populism, right? It's not just
well, hold
about
on though,
being a
Vowsh. Hold on. You said
hardline.
introducing the ideas over time, but I mean, I'm not that old. I remember going from 2015, Barack Obama's president. I'm a junior in high school. Then AP.
Didn't you mean to say I'm not that young? What do you mean? I'm not that old, but I remember what?
Gov starts August, 2015. And all anybody's talking about is Bernie Sanders. And now the entire political discourse has changed to include like whether or not it's crazy to give everybody free healthcare, whether or not it's crazy to give everybody college tuition for free, at a public level. Everybody's talking about how is this crazy or not? And then the entire public settled on the fact that no, it wasn't crazy. And you can still look, as I'm sure you have done, Fox News polling, which will show that if you ask people if, healthcare is a human right, if everybody should be afforded, healthcare, or even if you ask them specifically about Medicare for all, it'll be above water. 51%, right?
Yeah,
that happened immaculate. That was a seismic shift in people's understanding, people's the Overton window is like the popular way of phrasing it, I think, right? Is that it was shifted massively to the left, right? And so now people started to believe, oh, hey, maybe we can have these things that everyone else in the developed world has, that we ensured they had if it was a country that we destroyed after World War II. We made sure they had a nationalized health service, right? And you can document all over the world, France, Italy, South Korea, Japan, they all have a fucking far superior healthcare system than us.
When did these shifts happen? When was this big shift in people's perspectives and what can and can't be done by the government?
I believe it. I mean, don't you believe when were people talking about any of those things? When was there rhetoric and groundswell? I mean, if you look at the membership of the DSA, it went through the fucking roof when that happened. I mean, and now you have things popping up across the country like tenants unions. You have, organizers, moving around. It was a seismic shift in the public consciousness. I feel like,
I feel like is that back in 2016, right?
Right. And so what do we do to take that shift, right? Which I feel like happened overnight. You keep calling them like fringe wedge issues, but actually they have a lot of popular support, broad public support, even amongst people who would not be Democratic primary voters.
A majority of Republican I know don't think climate change is real, and they also think schools are putting litter boxes because of, oh God, I remember that.
So it's not a wedge issue. It's not a fringe issue.
Litter
It's actually
boxes.
the popular issue. As you mentioned, we're in an era of populism, but yet we've denied, because of our corporate duopoly, anybody the opportunity to actually support a candidate that's going to institute those policies, which just, of course, encourages disenfranchisement.
That's exactly the thing, though. Bernie Sanders only did well back in 2016 because it was preceded with 8 years of Obama. Obama crushed McCain and did really well against Mitt Romney as well. Obama's era was one of complacency, but complacency has a positive side, which is when people get comfortable, when people get, did I say Mitt Romney? Mitt Romney, whatever. It's all white people this time. When people get complacent, when people get Obama type status quo smug liberal politics, right? People want more. The problem we're dealing with right now is that the Republican Party is such an existential threat that it's introduced an environment where any Democrat is so much better than the Republicans that we've kind of cut down on the internal differences. The difference between Bernie Sanders and Joe Biden is nothing compared to the difference between Joe Biden and Donald Trump. They're massive. The gulf is huge.
Mark Romney, McDonald's idiot cousin.
Between candidates on the left shrinks. What we need to do is crush the Republicans. We need to assist in the Democrats' victory over them. The Republicans must have no chance of winning. They have to be irrelevant. They need to be made non-existent as a party. And in that environment, which is the environment we were in back in 2008, 2012, where Obama was crushing it, was doing well on basically every level up until the very end, in that environment, people become discontented because now that they're no longer placated with the threat of Republican intervention, they can be sold a better narrative. And that's why Bernie Sanders hit the way he did. If Bernie Sanders had showed up in 2020 for the first time, I think it would have been like Marianne right now. I think he would have just shown up, little voice, gone down, not really mattered. You know, I think he just would have been another person up on that stage.
Wait, Vowsh, just to understand, I feel like you kind of contradicted yourself because earlier you said we're always going to have to deal with the Republicans in every election cycle, and it's always going to be something that until we die, we're going to have to resist and fight back against. But now you just said we have to basically defeat them once and for all or something?
We need to, I don't think fascism is literally an eternal threat, but I think that we need to always ward off against the right wing, however it may represent itself. And I think that insofar as fascism exists in this country through the GOP, it can be pushed down, not done away with entirely, of course, but if it seems like less of a threat, then yeah, I think there's more room for discourse on the left, right? Because then the average voter, the average liberal, doesn't see every election as an existential war for the safety of this country and its democracy, but rather as, there's a little bit more wiggle room. The main reason people voted for Biden in 2020 was because he was the most electable candidate, not because they liked him or his policies or any other reason actually associated with him, but because he was the most electable, which indicates to me that they were concerned first and foremost with beating a Republican, not with finding a Democrat candidate.
Obama was the first election I was old enough to vote in. He did stop McCain. The Obama years were the malaise-esque. The fact he stumped Romney was impressive, but in the end, he had it running okay. Right.
That they liked. I think we need to focus on the first priority, beating fascists first, and then we get the luxury of bantying about our ideas in an environment where they're taken over any victory against fascists.
I understand what you're saying, but I think the problem I have with that is I feel like that's what we've been doing for all of modern American history, right? And as long as we have a duopoly, that means that the pendulum's going to keep swinging back and forth. Even if we defeat fascism for now, in 4 years, we're going to be in a whole different political climate. And the nature of a duopoly election is that the pendulum swings back. Even after 8 years of Democratic dominance under Obama, like you mentioned, pendulum still swung back to Donald Trump. Sometimes people just get bored of who's in power and think maybe this other team will help me out more. We saw the same thing happen in Brazil when Lula, who was president for like 14 years or something and did such a great job as president, but people that had grown up under Lula and didn't really know anything else, they were like, hell, we'll vote for this other guy, Bolsonaro, just because
Obama.
he's different. We don't know what it's like to not live under Lula, so let's try out Bolsonaro.
Have changed. I mean, we got the Civil Rights Act. The country's clearly shifted leftward over time, even if things swing between the two parties, an inevitable consequence of a first-past-the-post system.
That's what I'm saying.
Obama.
Protesting, Vowsh.
Vowsh.
That we have to have only two choices, which aren't even real choices, by the way, because as I said, the DNC massively put their fingers on the scale and you know, basically cheated Bernie Sanders out of the 2016 election when he actually could have beat Donald Trump. I don't think Donald Trump would have really been successful under against any other candidate, you know, other than Hillary, who was so uniquely easy for him to defeat. And who gave us Hillary? The DNC gave us Hillary, and Trump, for that matter. Like I said, they did the Pied Piper strategy with whether or not it was intentionally a way to make Trump president. Obviously not, but it still kind of enabled him to a very large degree.
And I do away with first past the post voting. I agree. We're not going to do that under fascism, though.
Well, let's talk a little bit about that then, Vowsh, because I'm sympathetic to the argument.
Sure.
We had this conversation with Kyle Kalinske. I think you reacted to it, and I think that he made a version of this argument that I'm definitely I understand, right? And I appreciate the fact that Kyle, you know, he says, I would love to vote for Cornel West. I would love to vote for the Green Party as I have in the past. I just don't think it's realistic because of the fact that we have first past the post voting. We don't have ranked choice voting yet. So until we have something like ranked choice voting, I don't really think it's like viable to support third party candidates. I understand that logic and I get that argument. But that being said, I think that the third party movement is all about resisting the duopoly aggressively, not asking for their permission to vote for a candidate who's not just one of two evils, right? So just waiting around until we have ranked choice voting, I don't think that's a good idea either, because we can't just wait for permission, right? We can't just wait until
we can and we have to. It's not mathematically possible for a third party to outperform one of the two major parties in a first.
It has happened though, in elections.
You have to go back like a long time.
I mean, in the late '90s, Jesse Ventura won the governorship of Minnesota.
Or local elections, to be sure. But states don't always have the same systems for allocating votes. We obviously have the Electoral College for the federal government. The amount of money that's spent between the two parties on advertising themselves and legitimizing themselves, it's not something that a third party can compete with.
True.
And even if they did so far as to oust their ideologically, you know, adjacent party, all they would do is throw the election to the other side. We do need something other than first past the post voting, or there's no viability for third party candidates. It's just mathematically not possible. We know how these models trend. It's just not viable. It's essentially a waste of a vote.
Well, Vowsh, if that's the case, and I kind of agree to some extent, and people actually become worried enough about the spoiler effect that they institute ranked choice voting, which, if anyone's not familiar, takes care of.
The only reason that the Brazilian people voted for Bolsonaro was the fact that after so long under Lula administration, the promise to elevate people from poverty and deal with crime never came true. Stop hyper-focusing on the national election and start getting local people in office. Local elections matter too and set a tone. True.
The spoiler effect. Under ranked choice voting, you could vote number 1, Cornel West, number 2, Joe Biden, and then if Cornel West doesn't get enough votes, then your vote carries over and it goes to Joe Biden, right? That's the system we'd all like to live in, because then you can vote your conscience without having to worry about the spoiler effect. But I think that there's not going to be much of a public appetite for ranked choice voting. No one's even really going to care about it unless there is a bold and viable third party movement in the first place, right? It's kind of like the chicken and the egg. No one's going to care about ranked choice voting until they actually have third party candidates that they're excited about and want to see elected. And if we can get Cornel West to 5%, mostly through a strategy of people who live in safe states like Alabama, which is definitely going to go red, or California, which is definitely going to go blue. If we can get to a strategy where those people, at least enough of them, vote for Dr. West and get him to 5%, well, that will be a real game changer, in my opinion. It would qualify the Green Party for recognition as an official national party and for federal funding in the next presidential race. That would increase the public awareness of the Green Party and of the concept of non-duopoly options, in my opinion, to such an extent that it would increase the movement for ranked choice voting. It would make more people interested in making ranked choice voting a reality, because without that, people are just going to forever believe that third-party candidates are a waste of their vote, that it's just a protest vote, that it's unserious, unviable. Right, and that's why we need ranked choice voting. And until people actually have an appetite that and want third-party candidates as options and to be able to succeed, no one's going to be doing activism on behalf of ranked choice voting.
If we're going to chicken and the egg this argument, I think we should start at the point that doesn't cede votes over to the fascists. Beginning with ranked choice voting and then building up legitimate third-party movements is the best shot that we have for making that work. But tossing 5% of the vote...
It's actually super important because a lot of election law is dictated in a state and even local level, which means the fundamental working of democracy are held in smaller offices, and the right wing does go after those seats harder. It's important to keep them out or push back against them when they overstep. May Spitfire would just take votes away from Dems. Also, the government was plagued with corruption. I think that also plagues America on both sides. Hello, Maya Spitfire. Hello, May Spitfire. Welcome and join the page. What brings you to the stream? I always ask people what brings them to the stream. I'm not sure I've seen you here a lot. So what brings you to this little pond?
To Cornel West, making it harder for Joe Biden to win against Donald Trump.
How
And for what?
How does people showing up to vote in Alabama for Green Party candidate hurt the chances of Joe Biden? Do you think Joe Biden has a feasible chance of winning a state like Alabama with all of its gerrymandering and fucking crazy people?
Well, first
and
of all,
what?
voting doesn't actually work that way. When public figures such as yourself and I say, hey, vote for this third-party candidate, but only in this slim case in these states, what you're actually saying is vote for the candidate. I've just seen this before in 2016 and 2020, and I don't, there's never, no matter how disciplined you are when you say it, people vote for who they think they should vote for, and they're not going to let pragmatism come in the way of that. It's just a consistent problem.
True.
Also, I want Alabama to go blue, you know? Cali's not solid blue, right? Like, there's a lot of red in Cali, and, Georgia went blue. People didn't expect that. Maybe some people would have written Georgia off as red. I certainly think I might have.
I stopped by sometime. It actually came from Vowsh's stream when you had a conversation with him a bit ago. You mean the fundraiser, right? Because I've not talked to Vowsh since the fundraiser. It's not easy to get a conversation with Vowsh. Maybe if I grow, I'll be able to get more conversations with people in general. But thank you for being here. And you should join the page, the White Forest page.
Florida used to be a swing state. Now it's red. Maybe it could go blue again. The problem is if you give up as soon as the state turns red, then you preclude the possibility of moving it back into being a swing state. And if you give up when the state's already blue, then you give the Republicans the opportunity to pull.
So wait, who's Mario? Who's Mario?
It into a swing state.
I don't think it's giving up though to say, hey, because of the fact that my vote is essentially meaningless if I live in New York or Alabama.
That's
right.
That's giving up. You just said giving up.
Giving up perhaps on the Democrats, but not in general. I think it's saying, okay, because of the fact that in my assessment,
I always get confused.
Vote, no matter who I vote for in Alabama, might as well take that opportunity.
I get confused easily. It's okay. It's been a long. California used to be more red.
To try to build something new on this ripe, fertile ground, right? I don't think that's really giving up. And also another
you did not see that.
You're ceding ground to the Reds.
I mean, I think that in a state like Alabama, as Zach said, there's not really a feasible chance that Joe Biden has of winning the state, which is another reason to raise awareness about how pointless the Electoral College is. I think it's ridiculous.
Texas.
Well, Texas, I think, is close enough to being a swing state at this point that you could make the calculus that you want. I'm not in the business personally of telling people necessarily who to vote for. Or
do it. Wait, why not? It's a moral judgment. We should make prescriptive statements.
Because I think it depends on which state you live in. I think that for everyone in my audience, they probably have slightly different experiences and slightly different priorities that might lead them to wanting to vote for Joe Biden over Donald Trump, but also people that would want to vote for Cornel West and have no interest in voting for Joe Biden. Maybe them or people they know have been affected by the crime bill that Joe Biden wrote. Maybe people they know have been affected.
No. Fuck their experiences. Fuck my audience's experiences.
True. Tell people who to vote for. What do you mean? That's part of your job, isn't it? To try to, tell people who to vote for, of course. I think so. I think it's Vowsh's job. I think it's my job as well. Yeah. Why wouldn't you want to tell people who to vote for?
Fuck all of them. If there's a moral argument to be made, then their opinions don't matter. You say what you think is right.
Yeah.
Texas. Or is it Joe Biden or Cornel West? I don't get into this. So my interest in electoralism isn't well, you know, get out there and vitalize the system. As far as I'm concerned, there are right and wrong answers, and I want people to make the right ones. And I'll be truthful about that with my audience or others as I feel is necessary. You know, lots on the line here. I just worry that while we're all starry-eyed, looking up at the sky, hoping that maybe with this esoteric strategy we can get Cornel West to somehow get more votes than the prior third-party candidates have, and that would get him the $15 million or so in federal funding that he could then use to get, let's be real, not that much more of a percent of the vote. Debate against Joe Biden, which would be a senile old man throwing rocks fest, accomplish nothing. Joe Biden maybe wins, maybe loses, but it's harder for him against Donald Trump. And all of this is the risk. I mean, we're flirting with the worst possible outcome. That's what I'm worried about. It would be a lot easier to make these decisions and take these risks in an environment where loss does not come at mortal expense. You know, we have to be careful.
But then it's a zero-sum game, Vowsh, which is what I've been trying to, and I don't want to steer the conversation backwards.
Votes are votes.
What I wanted to, kind of get your perspective on here is that you made the point that, you advertise ranked choice voting as a potential solution, and calling your Congress people, whatever, getting them, people motivated on board with passing ranked choice voting before you would ever consider, supporting a third-party operation, which is fine. I just think that makes it impossible, because not only are you going to come up against absolute crazy opposition from basically every corporate source ever, the Republicans, but also you're going to have to start battling the Democrats, right? And if you always fold and you always come back and give the Democrats what they want, that they will never institute ranked choice voting, because they know it will be their death certificate, right? The Democrats want a rigged game between, they want to be the only game in town, right? They want to, it's like Vegas. It's all divvied up between the same couple of fucking casino owners, right? Even though they open up a bunch of different fucking, casinos on the strip, hotels on the strip, it's all the same fucking five guys that run the show, right? And that's exactly how they like it. And if anybody else comes onto the block, they will fucking collectively, like piranhas, run that guy out of town. That's how the Democrats like it, because as you mentioned, I believe on this exact stream.
Has the game changed at all in the past
I know
century?
You brought up the civil rights movement, and obviously that's a tremendous accomplishment that was brought after fucking decades of horrendous struggle by some of the greatest Americans that we've ever seen. And no, I would never try and downplay that, but I would also introduce to you the fact that a lot of fucked up shit happened after the civil rights movement, right? We've been on a downward slide where not a lot of great things have happened. One, we lost Roe versus Wade comes to mind pretty quickly. It doesn't look like Obergefell is going to be fucking protected in the future. If the Supreme Court keeps going the way that it's going, they'll tear every fucking protection
but that's
apart.
what was the
Loving
they got a win. They got one, but that's it. That's what I'm saying, right? They got one term. Trump appointed 3 judges, and that's all it took for them to tear apart a whole bunch of civil rights oriented.
But in addition, I just took that in one direction. We could talk about the other things that have happened far before Donald Trump did that. We could talk about NAFTA and how, as a result of Bill Clinton and the Democrats in the 80s trying to appease whatever fucking craziness of the right wingers at the time, the new Democrat, it's the economy, stupid kind of fucking bullshit that was going on at the time. It led us to fucking offshoring all kinds of jobs, right? What was Obama up to? He was offshoring all kinds of fucking jobs, and he was also bailing out the bankers. Do you know what I'm saying?
I'm not saying everything's perfect, but things have gotten on the whole better over the past 100 years, in spite of the fact that we've been juggled in a corporate duopoly. I don't think that the existence of a corporate duopoly means that we're incapable of making positive changes. I think lots of positive change can be made from within it. And I also think that, let's be realistic here, your shot at changing all this has a 0% chance at working. The overwhelming might of global capitalism stopped by people in Alabama voting for Cornel West rather than... No. See, that's the thing here. What you're talking about fundamentally is a corporate superstructure that can only be overthrown through great violence, or at the very least civic uphaul. We're not talking about something that Cornel West can do. Bernie Sanders couldn't do it. None of us can, not individually and not as a group. We're talking about revolutionary stuff. So as long as we're talking about a problem that can't be solved with non-revolutionary engagement, as long as we're talking on the electoral level, I think we should solve with electoralism what electoralism can solve, and that is holding back fascism for a bit. If you want to challenge the corporate duopoly, I don't endorse.
There's been moral racist and other. There's been moral racist. There's been moral racist and other what qualified recently were more establishment damn lost to progressive candidates, right?
Force you doing so in this fashion on this level, not only because it cedes ground to fascists, I think, but also because it's not the level at which you'd have to engage. Let's be real. The corporate duopoly is not going to be overthrown by third parties without significant changes to our civil structure. You're talking about larger things, which I hope could also be engaged in without ceding ground to fascists. But this environment, I just feel like people make electoralism out to be more than it is. As far as I'm concerned, I wake up 1 year out of every 2, and I go to the poll, and I do my best to sort of ward off the legal encroach of fascism. But that's it, you know. That's a small step in a broader plan.
Right. And I think that's where the disagreement between us kind of really is found, Vowsh, because what we're saying is that we have to seize upon the opportunity that is afforded to us by electoralism, specifically the once every 4 years horse race and media spectacle that is the presidential election. I'm saying we have to seize on that, and we have to think like activists, not just people that are going into a voting booth to practically make a decision. The media, like I said, affords us once every 4 years this gigantic horse race spectacle that everyone decides to pay attention to. And as I mentioned at the beginning of this debate, Bernie Sanders proved to us that even via a long shot campaign that at first wasn't at all taken seriously, you can use that circus to seriously elevate real positions and progressive priorities that previously were unthinkable and not even.
I forgot this was a debate.
Country. You can elevate these positions and actually start a literal mass political movement. In the case of Bernie Sanders, the likes of which has not existed in my entire lifetime, and that was accomplished via electoralism. Now, as I said,
he ran as a Dem.
Right, and as I said at the beginning of this debate, that's why Zach and I are supportive of Marianne Williamson. I think that she is continuing the project that Bernie Sanders started, and in some ways trying to go even further by talking about issues like reparations that Bernie Sanders didn't even touch. And I really appreciate the work that she's doing. But the fact of the matter is that the Democratic Party is refusing to acknowledge it. They're refusing to sanction a debate. They're refusing to let the American people hear her ideas. They're refusing to let her ideas be contrasted with the current administration's whatsoever. So while under a theoretical, situation, I would agree with you. Yes, the Democratic Party is the ideal vessel for this sort of, cultural revolution or whatever you want to call it to take place. Unfortunately, the DNC is not letting that happen right now, which is why I think we have to we have to go. I disagree. I think it's not.
It's not disagreeing. It's math. The third party ain't gonna win. It's one or the other in the duopoly.
But Vowsh, I just said it's not about winning. I don't think that Cornel West is going to vote. I don't think that any third party
about winning. That's the only thing that matters.
Do you think that? Okay, before you cut me off and go on a spiel or something, I want to ask you a question. Do you think that protesting is something that is worth engaging in, even if it doesn't result in what you want to accomplish getting accomplished?
Yeah, but if it ends up ceding ground to the right, then no.
Okay, well, I think that the duopoly, the nature of the duopoly, ends up ceding ground to the right 50% of the time, predictably, like a fucking clockwork.
No, you
and
can't.
Then it's worth protesting.
You can't say that you're going to withhold voting for Joe Biden to protest the duopoly because the existence of the duopoly cedes power to the right. That's not. You can't say that you're giving power to the right because you're protesting a system that is giving power to the right. You're the one doing that. I think the big issue with the duopoly, personally, is that it instills complacency, which keeps those loser 40% Americans who don't get out and vote from coming out and voting Democrat like they should.
Vowsh, I actually think that the threat of the 5% spoiler, I actually think that makes Joe Biden a better candidate. Because what does it make him at least have to consider doing? Well, shit, I might lose these 5% of the Democratic electorate to this far left candidate, Cornel West. Maybe I'll actually have to, do some executive orders. Maybe I'll have to legalize cannabis, and then I'll win over some of those voters. It could actually make him a better president. It could force him. Yes, if he thinks, oh fuck, I'm going to lose 5% of my Democratic electorate to some fringe radical leftists, maybe the only way to win them back is to, legalize cannabis, free the nonviolent drug offenders, start talking about a public option more, actually start introducing
Democrats
legislation
don't
to
care
make it possible.
if they win. And also, that only works if you don't actually vote green. Like, it would have to be a disingenuous threat. Like, that. It's like the Bernie or bust strategy where people say, well, if Bernie doesn't win the primary, I'm not voting. But they're lying, and they're actually going to continue to vote for Biden in the general. I mean, if you're comfortable with doing that disingenuously, then I don't think there's anything necessarily wrong with that, as long as everybody knows that it's a disingenuous threat and you're going to vote blue when the time comes. But the actual threat of, not voting for Biden gets more votes for Biden, that doesn't sell, right? We
Vowsh,
need Biden to win. That's always first priority. And he's the only one who can beat Trump. I wish it weren't the case. I do. But that is the environment we're in right now.
If Joe Biden loses to Donald Trump, I promise you there will be more of a percentage of the trusty Democratic electorate that didn't show up to vote for him than the infinitesimal percentage of the electorate that did show up to vote for fucking Cornel West. If he loses, it's his fault because he didn't do a good job as president, because he did nothing to materially change the lives of people in order to convince them to come out and reelect him in the first place. I simply do not buy into the argument that it's the fault of 0.7% of the fucking Democratic electorate who decided, hey, maybe I'll vote for this guy who's actually talking about the things that need to be talked about.
Wait, doesn't Vowsh stand with protests if it involves minorities or marginalized individuals, even if it leads into riots? Yeah, but it doesn't cede the ground to the right.
To do the things that need to be done.
It'd be all your faults. But I agree. Yeah, no, by far the greatest threat is the
riots do not cede the ground to the right. No.
Don't vote at all, for sure. My concern is more the spread of that idea. And I talk to them too. There are lots of people who I see online who say, I'm not going to vote at all anymore. Nihilism, doomer. And I say lots of very mean words to them, of course. I'm not partial here. It's not a specific hatred of Cornel West. Right. Everyone must vote for Biden. We will all bend the knee.
Bend the knee.
There's just no room to banter about. I don't want to be shot, personally. I don't think either of you want to be shot. I assume you live in America. I don't actually know that for sure, but I believe you do.
We do.
We live in a red state, so it's extra scary here.
Yes,
everybody has a fucking gun.
I don't doubt it. I think that there's a very good reason to be concerned. I don't normally do this, but I've seen a lot of people in your chat who, fine people, no contention there, but they don't think I'm using the word fascism properly. And I would beg them to engage with some media that draws a comparative analysis between the rhetoric and political interests of the modern-day GOP and of the Nazi Party prior to their taking over Germany. It's a trite argument online. Oh, look, he's bringing up Hitler. Right, I know. But sometimes it's a valid one.
I don't think anyone here is arguing, though, that the Democrats aren't Nazi-esque or fat. We're in no way trying to downplay
No,
the threat
not you two.
Just
the chat. I worry. I worry.
Yeah, our chat is crazy sometimes. I think everybody's.
I'm pro-gun, and whenever someone says it's scary here, it's a red state, and everyone has a gun, it just makes me think they don't leave their house. I mean, I'm just gonna say that to me, the gun culture in the US is pretty wild. Okay.
But the one question I did want to have while you brought that up, while you brought up the threat of like, literal Nazism in America, and I couldn't let the opportunity while we're talking about potential alternatives to Joe Biden and Donald Trump. I think probably one of the most outspoken anti-Semitic candidates, unfortunately, is also running against Joe Biden. Have you been paying attention at all to Robert Kennedy Jr.?
Yeah, I mean, I think he's a right-wing plant. That's been put with the Dems to disrupt things, but I don't think he's done a good job of it. But yeah, he's I don't even know if he's a Nazi. He's definitely an anti-Semite. He might. He
posted the 1488 thing on Twitter the other day. Did you see that? I don't know if it was intentional, but it's kind of hard to not be suspicious.
I definitely think it was.
Nazi Jews were immune to COVID. I was like, bro, this seems like it's only one thing.
Yeah, he said it was like a bioweapon, and hey, isn't it weird that bioweapon doesn't target the Chinese or Jews? Yeah, no, he's
Ashkenazi specifically.
Didn't DeSantis say that he would consider it?
He says he's like Ashkenazi specifically. Oh no, the gun culture is toxic and stupid. I want nothing to do with it, but I'm still pro-gun and wish there was less of that kind of gun culture crap as well. True. Okay. I can get behind that. I mean, the guns are already here. Like, the guns are already here, so you're not gonna get rid of them. So you have to work on the gun culture. That's the best thing you can do. Like, it's basically like the whole duopoly. You can be anti-gun, but it's basically like voting third party. In my opinion.
Him for a running mate or something. I think,
yes.
Yeah,
Or not a running mate, but I think he said that he was like
something.
hella celebrating him in regards to his like vaccine, knowledge or whatever.
Yeah, he's a plant. He's being funded. I'm not being conspiratorial.
More guns than people.
He's being funded through the same channels that a bunch of far right candidates.
Most folks think RFK is insane though, so he has no chance with the Dems and the reps are gonna run Trump. Yeah, I think so. I think that the guns aren't going anywhere.
Sorry,
Like Marjorie Taylor Greene.
To disrupt things. I don't know how effective he'll be. This is the issue with like a lot of these. I'm here to criticize the left, but actually I'm a fucking Nazi, like Green.
Oh my God.
Russell Brand types. They can't keep it in their pants. Like on 1 year it's I have criticisms of the Democrat Party and I'm seriously concerned with. And then 2 years after that, it's.
I should have told my Ashkenazi friend they were immune to COVID. Maybe they wouldn't have caught it. I mean, I have not caught COVID, so maybe it's a sign. I haven't caught COVID. I don't think my mom has caught COVID. My brother has not caught COVID, so there you have it. We have not caught COVID. So maybe, there you have it. I also haven't. True.
Them all like Sieg Heiling. They can't.
Hello, Felsin Pharma. Hello.
The movement that far. Tim Pool did the same thing.
But not to be roundabout, but I was just asking, do you think that will end up ultimately having a impact on the outcome? Right? We talk about Cornel West being the alternative spoiler candidate. I wonder if RFKJ will end up running as an independent and then kind of poaching votes. Honestly, primarily, I think if he ran as an independent, he would poach far more votes from the Republican candidate than Joe Biden. So I'm just wondering how somebody like that entering a potential general election third party run, would impact your analysis.
No, I agree. Well, hold on. I am completely pro voting for third party as long as the right's doing it. I think it's great when they do it. I fully support their ability to express their discontent with the corporate duopoly. If Trump or RFK or even the libertarians, which are just Nazi posting these days because the Mises caucus completely took over the party. If people want to go to any of those directions, that's fine by me. Purely because it makes the Reds weaker. I don't want actually to win.
I had a question about that, Vowsh, because the other day on your stream when you were reacting to our video, you basically said that, oh, this is only something that people on the left do. The right wing always falls in line. They're the most obedient behind the Republican candidate. And even
I mean, they're far more obedient and they fall in line far more than the left. That's actually true. And it's not just true in the US. It's also true in Poland, unfortunately. So there is a genetic component to who is susceptible to COVID, but it's not like perfectly along any demographic, and that doesn't guarantee you won't get it either. But there was a discussion about people with different receptors that interface with the spike proteins and of the virus, and how those differences can make a big difference. It's been a long time, and I'm remembering on top of my head, so don't quote me on this. How those differences can affect susceptibility. I mean, I guess it would make sense that some people would have immune systems that would be more suited to fight the thing, I guess.
Think he's a rhino, they'll fall in line because they understand it's what's best for the movement. But actually, that's just not true. The libertarians do better than the Greens almost every single election cycle. Joe Jorgensen got more votes than Howie Hawkins. Gary Johnson got more votes than Jill Stein. But weirdly, you never really see the Republicans crying about the spoiler effect. You never see them blaming libertarian candidates when the GOP candidate loses. So I was just wondering what you make of that and why you think the Democrats, because I think it's a real sign of weakness, right? For the Democrats, whenever they lose, to immediately blame a powerless faction of radicals that make up an infinitesimal fraction of the voting electorate, immediately to blame those people. And you never see the Republicans do that, which is odd to me. Do you know why that is?
No, well, I think they do bitch about the Libertarian Party quite a bit. I saw it in 2020 quite a lot because there were some like elections they lost because of them. Which I thought was really funny. Also, it's worth noting that the Libertarian Party has changed a lot. JoJo was a progressive libertarian.
Yeah.
She got a lot of flack from her compatriots when she defended BLM back in the general. Now, I think the Libertarian Party is much more concretely right-wing, so it's possible there's going to be more of a shift, though my guess would be that the Libertarian Party gets less support and more of them move over to the right. I think that like there aren't really arguments online with far right people with like not voting for the Republicans, you know, because the most extreme hardcore far right people, whether they be like Fox News boomers or neo-Nazis or whatever else, they tend to be very militantly active when it comes to promoting the power of the Republican Party, because a lot of them are aware of the fact that even if Republican senators and legislators will say that, you know, they condemn racism or anti-Semitism, a lot of them are just Nazis, right? So they know that and they work towards that. The DeSantis campaign is full of Nazis. They keep falling out of them like a dog scratching at a, you know, spot of their fur. So I there might be a shift there. I'm not entirely sure. It's just the left.
Morning, Giggler. Hello, Renitas.
And it bothers me because I don't really care. For me, it's just about victory. I don't think much can be done. Duopoly. I don't have much faith in the Democratic Party or in Joe Biden. I think sometimes we get these culture shifts forward with people like Bernie, and I love that. I love that when that happens. But for the most part, I think that electoralism is just the system by which we legislatively barricade ourselves from the worst possible outcome for another couple of years. And then there are other systems that we have to use to advance real power. Though I think we're kind of out of time on that. I think right now it's probably just a holding pattern until the country collapses due to climate change.
Well, I understand that, and I think that, you know, that's really where the disagreement here lies. I guess if I, you know, just wanted to throw some final words in there, I get what you're saying, and I think that to a large extent you're correct, and to an extent I agree, which is why I keep stressing how meaningless, in my opinion, electoralism often is, which is why I think you can vote for a Green Party candidate in like 42 out of the 50 states without having to even fear spoiling the election due to the fact that
I'm up very late. True. A mixed audience. Yeah, I think I'm going to go head to sleep. I have a good night, Gigglers, and a good rest of your stream, Lucy. I think I'm going to finish after this debate. When this debate finishes, we're gonna finish.
College, the popular vote is not.
It's been like how many hours? Almost 4 hours, so we're gonna finish up soon. I'm gonna tweak my. I won't say I have to. I will tweak the stream times so people from Europe as well as from the US will be able to watch. I already have a plan about this. Several hours before that, 10 too. True. I have a plan on how to adjust the streaming hours.
What elects the president, and therefore I do think that we can seize upon the electoralism and the media circus that comes along with it to advance our agenda, right? In the same way that Bernie was. And like I said, Vowsh, if Cornel West had decided to run as a Democrat, then I would be supporting him, just like I'm supporting Marianne Williamson. But we have to, at some point, move the ball forward. And that's not going to happen if we continue to elect milquetoast neoliberals like Joe Biden and Hillary Clinton. And if we keep letting the DNC cheat progressives out of the nomination like they did to Bernie Sanders, would you agree with that characterization, by the way, that Bernie Sanders was cheated out of the nomination?
Back in 2016 or 2020?
2016 specifically.
I think they skewed things heavily against him. I mean, I think that I think that it's possible that even without the skew, he still would have lost in the primary to Hillary, but I think he probably wouldn't have. They heavily weighed that scale. For sure.
And even in 2020, which I think there was a little bit less explicit rigging going on. Even then, if you remember in the very final debate, they were basically saying that they were going to toss the nomination to someone else at the convention because Bernie would only have a plurality and not a majority of the delegates. Everyone on the debate stage, including Elizabeth Warren, raised her hand saying, "Yep, if it's only a plurality of delegates, we're basically going to give it to someone else at the convention." And due to that reality, I just think it's a lot harder to tell progressives that, well, you just have to suck it up and hope that, you get a Bernie Sanders 2.0 that doesn't get fucked over by the DNC.
No, that's a mistake. Don't hope anything. Don't give them that hope. Don't say, oh, it might get better. It won't. The corporate duopoly is the corporate duopoly. You get nothing. Turn out, vote, prevent the fascists from winning. If you have any big designs for improving society, you'll have to act like an anarchist and do it outside of electoral systems.
I'm 2 hours.
Electoral activism is.
I'm 2 hours behind the stream, says Telecritter78. Hello, Telecritter. What brings you to the stream? How did you find the stream? And most importantly, join the page. Join the page and tell me how you've joined. How you've found the stream. I think I saw your name somewhere before, Telecritter, but it's all good.
The headmark of leftist engagement for over a century. The idea that all this has to be folded in, I feel like a lot of people got the wrong message from Bernie. Bernie wasn't a sign that we have a chance to overturn the corporate duopoly with a good candidate. Bernie was a flash in the pan moment. Maybe we get more in the future, sure, and it's great. We should try for those and push for those. Run Democratic primary candidates. Hell, run Republican primary candidates. Why not? Run a progressive as a Republican in the primaries. Have fun. Make them argue. Get some clips for YouTube. But that's all. And the rest of the stuff you have to do, unfortunately, is hard work in the sense that it's ambiguous. It can't be empirically ground out the way that the electoral numbers can. But that's where we have to be focused, The electoral stuff, that's just to keep the fascists at bay, because we saw...
I'm more than 2 hours behind the stream, but the Pippa Middletress noodle book is apparently really sophisticated and authentic. Oh! Interesting. That's actually really interesting. I woke up and couldn't go back to sleep. Well, you have me to entertain you when you cannot sleep. We're doing the debate and then I'm going to do other things.
Oh, what happened, right? Trump won one election. We get 3 Supreme Court justices who are now tearing away everything. We can't let it happen.
Interesting.
You don't think that Bernie Sanders' campaign in 2016 represented a new model for leftist engagement and activism in that broad, like a presidential campaign, a nationwide presidential campaign can provide the infrastructure to make those activist movements more viable? I don't think Bernie was just a flash in the pan. I think he was kind of showing us the way forward and showing us how we can use electoralism to spark the sort of nationwide political movement that we're going to need behind us in order to actually, try to keep the climate catastrophe at bay, in order to try to cut the Pentagon budget, in order to try to change our policy as it relates to Palestine. I mean, all of these issues that Bernie was able to elevate, obviously Medicare for all and free college being the main ones, we had a whole generation of people wake up to those issues and believe in those issues and believe that we can fight for those issues in a country where the Overton window had previously precluded those discussions from even happening in the first place.
But you know what would have happened if he had won? Not that much.
I disagree with that.
No, I mean, there's not that much. He would have been stonewalled at every level. The corporate duopoly might have abided his victory, but certainly not his success. He would have been maybe a better Carter. I mean, I think he would have been a better Carter, but there's a lot he said he wanted to do that he wouldn't have been able to get done. So, but hey, Bernie's going to be dead soon. But all the tens of millions of people that he got invested won't. They're
Right.
still around.
That's-
And
no, that's
that
my point, though.
groundwork is the real thing that we have to focus on.
But didn't you just make my point, which is that who cares if Bernie Sanders won or lost? The point is that he was able to start that movement by running in the first place, and he was able to bring these issues to the table by running in the first place, regardless of if he ever had a chance of even winning. Yeah. Right. So in the same way, whether or not Cornel West is able to get to 5%.
No, that's not. No. That's not. That gives ground to the Republicans. They have to run as Democrats. The Democrats always have to win. Bernie understood that.
Democrats aren't letting anyone
That's why
run.
That's why he endorsed Hillary and Biden.
I need to cook more, I
They're
swear.
not really mad at him over that. They thought that he was cucked for doing that. But he understands the most important thing is that a Democrat wins. A progressive Democrat is preferable, but you can never take away from the real victory, which is one against fascism.
Right. But assuming you don't buy into the spoiler effect, which, as I outlined, I do not for the reasons that I outlined, what is the problem with using a presidential campaign season and election in order to bring issues?
Season of mastery.
The momentum behind them. We can't let this momentum behind these issues die. These are crises that are affecting tens of thousands of people. I mean, like I said, tens of thousands of people are dying without health insurance. How do we make sure that Biden is held accountable in some way for these crimes? I just don't accept that.
It doesn't matter whether you accept it. You think he's going to be held accountable before he dies? The man's old. He's going to die powerful.
Not held accountable in like a criminal sense, but like in the sense that someone's part of the conversation calling that out and making the case for the position that is universal health care.
Do it in a Dem primary. Has it occurred to you that if a Green Party opponent started meaningfully challenging the Democratic establishment, they would pivot to being more conservative to distinguish themselves from their opposition? Like, think about it. Hillary Clinton shifted leftwards to appeal to people who are sympathetic to Bernie's message, but historically, when Democrats do poorly against Republicans, they have a tendency to shift right to capture votes they consider to be in the center. What if running Cornel West not only strips votes from Joe Biden, but gives him the impression that he's gone too far left if he has to fight for voters with somebody like him?
No, I don't think so, because
they've done it before.
The Democratic Party is already they want to shift as right as possible anyway, without our presence in the electoral equation, without any sort of a progressive. How?
On basically every level, the Democratic Party has moved left in the past decade, since 2016.
Okay, but I still don't think that where did you want to jump in?
Oh, I was just going to add, that might be, with that being said, the Democratic Party, if you look at the actual party principles or whatever the fuck it is that they list as their priorities every year, that might be true, that you can document that it has gone dramatically to the left. But Joe Biden himself has actually opposed a lot of those, even innocuous, moves to the left that the Democratic Party has conceded on, right? Like, he has not taken marijuana off the Schedule 1 drug classification, which a lot of people undermine, but it would be a step in the right direction for the ending of the drug war, right? And it would be something that he could do with a pen stroke. He did not. The Democratic Party says they believe in a $15 minimum wage. The Democratic Party says that they believe that we should have infrastructure that fucking works in this country, and instead, because Joe Biden let himself be played so goddamn badly on purpose by the Republican Party, that they separated the United States, whatever the fuck, the Build Back Better, and whatever the fuck.
So they moved left. The parties moved left, and Joe Biden is more progressive on a lot of issues than Obama. He's not progressive enough by the measure of the party, and what that means is that outside the actual electoral process, there's been a shift in what the American people want. And that's the work that really needs to get done. The Democrats aren't good about winning, but there is a relationship between the interests of the electorate and the behavior of the party and the people they run and the people that get voted for.
Vowsh, do you concede that you have Stockholm Syndrome?
No, not even remotely. I think that the argument that
you don't think that the Democratic Party is holding you hostage?
No, because you think that so this is the critical difference in thinking here. You think that I have a limited perspective on this because I have accepted the nature of the duopoly.
I don't think you have a limited perspective. I would wager you're smarter than I am, Vowsh.
Well, that's not a competition, but you think that my perspective in this is in some way tainted by my preconceptions here. I disagree strongly. I think that as a socialist should, I am aware.
I'm the smartest, and it is a competition.
The trap of electoralism,
and I'm winning.
Led to the death of all
Here we go.
social democratic parties. The idea that
what was that?
Electoralism on its own is a viable mechanism for these giant lurches in social priority. The death of the corporate duopoly. This is huge stuff we're talking about. But as is the case with capitalism, which makes commodities of all which criticizes it, so too do all challenges to the corporate duopoly eventually get folded into it. The populists folded into...
I'm the smartest person in my room. Same. My goodness. Build Back Better was bust in a watered down form. It was Inflation Reduction Act.
To it. The third-party candidates pushed out of it. Everything that can make a change doesn't, unless they're talking about something other than the duopoly. This is the nature of institution, right? Institutions seek first to protect themselves. You're not going to uplift this with anything other than revolutionary violence, man. And if you want to talk that, that's fine. I don't think that's immoral. But insofar as we're talking about voting and electoral results, I just want to focus on stuff I think that actually can be changed. I don't think the duopoly is going to be ousted in any meaningful sense by voting for Cornel West. I think that there's a real risk of Joe losing with people voting for Cornel West over him. And if you want to make challenges within the electoral bubble, then do it as a Democrat and endorse Joe after you inevitably lose. That's what Bernie did, and Bernie's great.
Sure. Yeah. Once again, I think that what it comes down to is that I view the electoral, the presidential election is a great time to do.
I hate this.
All of these issues. I view presidential campaigns as a good vessel to get those issues out there. And ultimately, I think that the duopoly has to be protested because it will keep enabling fascism. A lack of democracy is always what's going to lead to fascism. And when we continually have to choose between two fake choices, one that's pre-selected by a corporate neoliberal party and one that's just a literal fascist, that's always going to be a fascist, like 50% of the time. And if you have do you have a better way or idea to protest against the duopoly or protest to get ranked choice voting that doesn't involve actually participating?
Oh,
third party?
the levels are 30 plus. Okay, never mind.
We're going to even get a call out there for election reform as it relates to first past the post and ranked choice voting without some presence of third party candidates.
If you want to sell to the American people the importance of third parties, you're going to have to do it in an environment where the Democrats aren't our literal only hope against fascists controlling the country. You're doing this in the worst possible environment. The only time voters are going to really care about third parties and about ranked choice voting is in an environment where they feel like they want to have choices across a wider band. But right now, in an institution where there are only two choices, two meaningful ones at least, the Democrats represent the...
Wonder what the second debate is like.
...delay of fascism. In this environment, people don't care. People don't want to talk about it. So let the Republicans lose. Let them lose ground. And when they're less relevant than they are now, maybe we'll see more change. That's what happened in 2016. Obama carried the country for 8 years, mostly calm, and the Republicans
Wait,
hadn't
what are you
gone as
talking
far
about?
right as they
Obama
are
carried the
now.
country for 8 years, then we got Donald Trump.
Yeah, exactly. That's my point precisely. They didn't know. We got Bernie Sanders back in 2016 because Democrats didn't feel as though they were wearing off against an existential threat. They felt they had room to choose, to hope for more. But Donald Trump won because, well, Hillary Clinton was a shit candidate.
Because they cheated the progressives. See, this is where I think
wait, stop. Don't fold everything into the same narrative. It doesn't matter why Donald Trump won. What I'm talking about is what gets people on the left to vote for more, to vote better, you know? They voted more, they voted better because they had 8 years of comfort that made them think, what if we could get more than Obama? What if we could get more than milquetoast neoliberalism? And Bernie Sanders was that hope. But now, people don't have room to care about that anymore because the party line is so huge and the threat of loss is so great. That's why more and more people are voting for who they think is the most electorally viable. That's why Joe Biden won more in 2020 than he did in 2016, even though the average American sided more with Bernie Sanders' points in 2020 than they did in 2016. The perspective shifted to Bernie, but the votes didn't, because people are scared.
I would argue that, though, is because of the mainstream media, specifically MSNBC, basically just working as a propaganda arm of the Democratic Party, turning voters against Bernie Sanders and doing propaganda nonstop.
They did that in
for
2016.
Joe Biden. Right, and I'm just saying they had 4 more years to do it and to brainwash people against Bernie.
No. People agreed more with Bernie up to 2020. Like
that's what I'm
the
saying.
average
They
American
agreed more with him, and
The second debate was insane.
No, you're missing it.
Of Trump.
You're missing.
I'm gonna watch it next stream, okay? With
Scared.
I'm gonna have to get Ellen DeGenerate.
electoral
Vosh,
chances.
I'm saying they were scared because the mainstream media made them scared and told them that if they wanted to defeat if they wanted to defeat Donald Trump, who they were afraid of, then they had to vote for Joe Biden because Joe Biden was more electable than Bernie Sanders, which wasn't even true. Bernie Sanders would have beat Donald Trump the first time around. He would have beat him in 2020 as well. We wouldn't have had Donald Trump in the first place if the mainstream media hadn't fear-mongered about Bernie Sanders and done the Bernie blackout, refused to cover him in the first place.
Why do you think people were more susceptible to fear-mongering about Donald Trump in 2020 after having experienced his presidency for 4 years?
Well, I also think that COVID-19 and how he absolutely completely fucked that up by every conceivable metric had a lot to do with it as well.
Yeah, I agree. I think that Trump was a shock to the Democrat. Trump was a reminder that Republicans don't just represent neoconservatism. They represent something far worse. And now that that threat is laid bare, they can't do this faffing about this, oh, well, what if we had something nicer? What if the world could be better? No, they just need to win. So they're very susceptible to arguments of electability, you know? So we need to pull them out of that. Make sure the Republicans aren't so much of a threat that electability is the first and foremost concern for Democrats in a primary season. If Republicans are largely irrelevant, and it's mostly a fight between Democrats in a primary, then electability isn't the main concern people will have when voting for candidates. They'll be more concerned with who they actually like. And in that environment...
Kevin's mic fucked up because this is a broke boy podcast. Vosh will be right back with you in 1 second to continue making his point.
Of course.
I think I'm good.
Proletarian.
So, yeah, like I said, Bernie Sanders had a higher approval rating than Joe Biden. His positions were more in line with that of the American electorate, not just Democrats, but across the table politically. The positions that he was running on, a majority of Americans support. He was by far the more electable candidate over Biden. And if we didn't have basically half of American media acting as a propaganda arm of the Democratic Party, then people would have been educated as to that fact. And if the Democratic Party actually cared about democracy and winning and beating the fascists that we all care so much about defeating, then Bernie Sanders most likely would have been the nominee. We never would have had we never would have had Donald Trump in the first place, and we wouldn't even be having this conversation.
You do realize that if that's the argument you're going to go for, then voting third party is the worst thing you could do for third parties, right? Imagine a news day that'll play in MSNBC studios, you know? We face an existential threat from Donald Trump, and these leftist voters are throwing their votes away on a third-party candidate who's mathematically incapable of winning. We need third parties now less than ever. Look at what third parties did. Now here's a second Trump term, and here he is doing fascism, and oh, look at that. Look at all these people who voted for Cornel West. Wouldn't it have been nice if they had voted for Joe Biden? You're setting yourself up to be the fall guy for the worst presidency America's ever seen since, I don't know, Andrew Jackson. It could be so much worse. If you really think that if it's all like, well, the media says this, the media says that, then you're fucked anyway. You're not outdoing the media. I think you're outdoing CNN.
That leads
MSNBC.
That leads me to another point we had, Vosh, which is that we have to build our own independent media ecosystem.
Good luck.
The mainstream media, and that's
good luck.
Listen to me, Vosh.
Good
that's
luck.
Another thing that I think that the Bernie Sanders campaign represented, that's underrated, that's not talked about enough, but that as someone who works in the sphere of progressive online media has seen the effects of more so than probably anyone watching. Obviously, you understand this as well, being in the same space. But one of the most depressing things to me about the end of the Bernie Sanders campaign was watching not only the dissipation of the momentum behind the policies he supported, but also kind of the dissipation of the energy in the online space, the online media space that popped up as a result of his candidacy, the flourishing online ecosystem of independent left-wing content creators and newscasters that basically, like I said, only exists as a result of Bernie's campaign. In the absence of Bernie, a lot of that enthusiasm...
They're not funded by millions.
That's another reason why I think it's important to have some aggressive, progressive voice on the national electoral stage, someone like Cornel West making the case for these policies, so that maybe we can see some more interest and enthusiasm, at least in the online space, around politics and around our progressive vision.
You want a media structure to pull more votes away from Joe Biden, and you think this will endear people?
I want an independent media structure so that we have at least some way to push back on the mainstream media, which is completely captured and controlled by the duopoly and by corporate America in general. We need independent media.
My experience
you don't think we need independent media?
My experience with independent leftist media is that on average they're wrong more often than CNN or MSNBC. So I don't know how much stock I would put put an independent media as an advocate. I mean, people in America have more left-leaning positions than we did in 2016, and there are more left-leaning candidates in both local and federal offices. So I think that there's something being done to advance these on a local level. Certainly, I just don't think.
I think that's crazy, Vowsh, because like we both do this for a living. You don't think that what you do is valuable? You don't think that like having an ability to reach people that otherwise would just have to read mainstream media is valuable and preach the fucking progressive priorities that we care about and try to make people's lives better? Like what we're doing is a response and a necessary pushback to the monopoly that the mainstream media has on discourse and Americans' understanding of our political landscape and conversation. I think that an independent progressive movement absolutely buoys the ability for there to be an independent progressive online space. And yeah, obviously there are crazy people online doing independent content.
Crazy.
I to an extent, sure, but I would still much rather people be watching like Vowsh, Kyle Kalinske, and David Pakman, or I don't
sure,
fucking
those
know.
Those are the ones I like. But say two people that have been praised recently by Cornel West are Glenn Greenwald and Russell Brand, two fascists. So like I don't know. First of all, I don't think he's a good advocate or a judge of a positive representative of independent online leftist media is. And for two, like, I agree we should have media power for sure. That's a non-electoral way of getting our message across, and I think there is value in that. But I just don't like this, like, okay, well, the corporate duopoly controls literally everything, and our only way of defeating it is creating somehow this, like, grassroots institution that is more powerful than it. But separately, but then we fold it in, right? Like, you'll never match the money or media coverage of the GOP or the DNC. The most success that people on the online left have been in influencing Democrat politics, in promoting progressive candidates, Justice Dems, that kind of stuff, in advocating for policies that are on the left edge of what Democrats can get done. Obviously, if it was just up to any element of left-wing political engagement, then you'd say that, like, well, the communists have done this and that, but there's no communist representation in U.S. government, of course. We have to work within what can be done. We have to meet the voters where they are.
Well, you mentioned the Cornel West talking to Glenn Greenwald and Russell Brand, and I think that's actually interesting because it kind of is evidence contrary to your notion that he's only going after Biden voters. The fact that Cornel West is speaking to the audience of Glenn Greenwald and to the people that watch the Russell Brand show, I think proves the fact that he's trying to build a coalition of disaffected independent Democrat and Republican voters, people that might otherwise have voted for Trump. So if he's going on Russell Brand's show and Glenn Greenwald's show, making the case to a majority right-wing audience for leftist policies like Medicare for All, and maybe convincing some of them to vote for him instead of Donald Trump, then I think that's objectively a great thing.
Oh, that's a bad thing. Because when he goes on those shows, and I know because I watch them, he does his spiel. Corporate politics bad, both parties bad. You know who thinks corporate politics are bad? Nazis. They think the Jews run them.
Come on. You can't say that Cornel
not
West
come on.
is a Nazi.
I mean it fully. I think Glenn Greenwald and Russell Brand especially have plenty of Nazis who watch them for sure, or at least people just as conspiracy-minded with biases towards anti-Semitism. And I think that when you go on essentially a far-right platform and you go, well, both sides are bad, I think that that's incredibly irresponsible. No, that's what he does.
No, Vowsh, what he does is say
irresponsible.
If there are, and I'm not necessarily denying it, but if there are Nazis watching Russell Brand and they hear Cornel West and they hear Cornel West say, hey, I also hate the banks, for example, or the corporations, right? And the Nazi hates the corporations because they think Jewish people control them. But here's a really intelligent leftist academic explaining why the actual reason why you should hate the banks is because of capitalism and corporate exploitation.
Nazis
and
hate
real
capitalism
reasons.
And corporate exploitation. They hate the guys.
So you don't think it's important to explain to people legitimate reasons to be?
And they will ignore it. They will think it's
back on.
They have legitimate reasons. The Nazis
No, they
don't.
don't.
Need... Oh no, they
There's
think
not
they
any
do.
legitimate reason to be a Nazi. There's no legitimate need to be a Nazi. What fascists do is they exploit legitimate grievances that people have with a society that's unequal or unfair, and then they scapegoat it onto Jews or Mexicans or whoever the marginalized community in question is. But I think it's actually very valuable for someone who's good at communicating and someone who's
they already have the
intelligent.
narrative. Trust me, I've argued with a lot of Nazis. You have to be careful with how you engage with this, because if you go up to them and you're like, I'm here to engage in good faith, now let me know, I have concerns with the corporate duopoly and this and that, and explaining the problems with capitalism, this doesn't work. See, the problem is when you're talking to a fascist or a Nazi, the only acceptable ideological position is one of complete opposition to everything they are and everything they say. If they say they agree with you on something, no, they don't. They're lying.
True.
After all, if they agreed with you on something, they wouldn't watch Glenn Greenwald.
The Nazis are not gonna think, oh, maybe it's not the Jews after Colonel West agreeing with them in the bank sack. True.
Like this is the tweet that Cornel West put out for that. I was blessed to be in dialogue with my brother Glenn Greenwald. We discussed a variety of important issues from Ukraine to the hypocrisy of both the Democratic and Republican parties. What hypocrisy? Well, I know, because I watched it. The hypocrisy associated with corporate politics and a rejection of populist ideology in spite of people's interest in it. You'll never guess which far-right group thinks the Republican Party has rejected populist influence and is instead up and cozy with capitalist oligarchs. See, that's the thing.
Yeah, but I think
you got to be careful.
I think that just because Cornel West engages in conversations.
My God.
We've engaged with conversations with Glenn.
I have too.
They won't care, of course.
I called him a child groomer. Yeah, I've had good dialogue.
Yeah, so
with Glenn.
you know what I'm saying? And that doesn't make any of us fascists, right? That and look, I massively disagreed with Glenn with a lot of the support he seemingly showed for Bolsonaro at different times.
Yeah, that was interesting.
We've had massive disagreements over a number of things, but I don't think that Cornel West went on there and agreed with him over any of the things that I would take major issue with. I think that what he did was he went out there and he said, basically his campaign platform, right? And I think that as a candidate, you should want to get your platform out to as many people as possible. And I know that you're, more competent than the average person at debating Nazis, right? But I think that Cornel West also has a lifelong of being a Black liberation theologist. He has been a civil rights leader his entire life. This is a guy who has faced the actual onslaught of standing up for his beliefs. He was denied tenure over his solidarity with Palestinians. I mean, this is a guy that's stuck his neck out there time and time again. I think to just lump him in because you disagree with the host of a show that he was on with some of the most vile people that walk the earth is a little bit egregious, don't you?
Well, that's why I called him a crank and not a fascist. I don't think Cornel West is a fascist. I think that people on the left are really bad at dealing with fascists, though. In fact, the more time passes, the more I begin to think that liberals are the true bulwark against fascism. Because every time I go online, I know it's sickening. Every time I go online and I see engagement with fascist dialogue, I see leftists downplaying.
Well, here's what I will agree with.
Downplaying the Republicans.
Jump in really quickly because this is an absolute problem, and this is actually funny enough. We're going to find some harmonious agreement here. I think that there is a massive. I think that there is a massive amount of people on the left that we've experienced and dealt with that have been manipulated into believing that they are still leftists whilst supporting like literally nothing that an authentic leftist would support. Right?
And that's why I actually like you two. I actually mean that. I mean, we disagree on a ton, sure, but on something. But no, I like that because like the Jimmy Dore types or whatever, where there's this like I'm sure a lot of people who watch Jimmy Dore think they're left leaning, but like holy shit, right? That term that belief has a lot of leeway. I guess in my experiences, typically I notice that if you're on the left and you're talking with a fascist in like with some camaraderie trying to find solutions, it's really easy to agree on problems and really hard to agree on solutions. Because if you talk about like, I did this with Charlie Kirk. I was talking with Charlie Kirk on Tim's Pool show. I mean, Tim Pool, you can do this with him as well, where Tim Pool loves to play this bullshit, right? The corporate oligarchy is terrible. Politicians buy or corporations buy our politicians. All this phony, like, populist, shit. And then you talk with them. Like, well, okay, so what are your solutions, right? So you think that corporations control this country. Great. Higher taxes, maybe higher, like, capital gains tax, corporate taxes, personal taxes. That's one. What if we nationalize big pharma, huh? They all clam up. They dry up like in an instant. Sure. Because in reality, right, when you see anti-big pharma Republicans, they're not anti-big pharma. They're not anti-corporate profits or oligarchy. They're anti-vaccine, right? So then you ask, okay, so what do you want to do with that? And it just turns out they only care about the vaccine. This is the issue I have. It's solutions over problems. Cornel West, I don't think he's a fascist. I think he's got a lot of great political positions. But man, I mean, Russell Brand just had DeSantis on as like a run piece for his campaign.
We're not defending Russell.
Also, Vowsh, when Bernie Sanders was running for president, something that myself and a lot of other people in progressive media gave him a lot of credit for was going on Fox News and speaking directly to the legions of right-wing voters who were watching Fox News and making his case
And
to those voters.
what did he say? The Democrats and the Republicans are both.
This is where it gets kind of spicy, if I remember right. Wait, weren't there 2 debates? Is this just a one debate? Explain it to me. What's happening? There are 2 separate debates, right? This one gets a bit spicy, but there's a separate debate, right? Or no? I'm gonna wait for the chat to explain it to me. So now I'm just confused. Forever. I'm just forever confused. Okay. I'm gonna leave the next debate for the next time.
Terrible.
No, but he made a lot of cases against corporations and Wall Street and a lot of the other things that you would chalk up to just being Nazi dog whistles when the right wing has an issue with
But
this group.
he never shit on the Democrats. He never
He's an
did
independent. He's not even a Democrat.
When he was running.
Right, but he was still an independent. He was making the case against the corporate Democratic Party constantly,
No, but
especially in 2016.
But when he was running as a Democrat, the way, and I saw these interviews, when he talked on Fox News, the way he talked, the way he expressed himself was that he would talk mostly about solutions, what the American people want and needed. He ran as a Democrat, and he didn't do this like the corporate duopoly, the hypocrisy of the Democrat Party, because as a Democrat, he's running for the Dems against the Republicans. Why do this back and forth thing? Why do this equivocation if you're trying to support one side over the other? Well, in truth, there's no reason to, and Cornel West is running as an independent, so he wouldn't have to, but that's what I take issue with. It can't come at the cost of Democrat viability. Bernie knew that, and he was careful with his language. He would criticize institutions, for sure, but it was always very structured. It was very purposeful. He never gave anything away or ceded to the enemy.
Right, and I actually think that that was one of his biggest
Right.
missteps. I think that he should have ran against the Democratic Party
No.
way harder. In the same way, Vowsh, that Donald Trump ran unapologetically against the Republican Party. He said, "I refuse. I'm not going to endorse the nominee if it's not me." And they're rigging it against me. Of course, they weren't rigging it against him. They were rigging it against Bernie. Bernie actually had a legitimate claim to having it rigged against him, and he basically just went. You know, he went along. And I think he should have absolutely made the.
Yes, there are 2 debates. This one with the Vanguard Boys has a couple of spicy moments, but the next one is absolute circus. So there is 2. Yes. Okay, we're gonna do the second one next time.
Democratic Party, one of the bigger villains of his campaign. I think he should have tried to, get more non-Democrat voters as part of his coalition, because clearly the ones that he were after were too fucking drunk on MSNBC.
On power.
To think
Drunk on power.
the fucking box. And vote
If
for the
you
guy.
really believe that center and right-leaning voters would have been easier get for Bernie Sanders than
Are
MSNBC
you kidding me?
liberals.
Joe Rogan said he was going to vote for Bernie Sanders.
Joe
You know how
Rogan
many-
is an idiot. Joe Rogan has
Agree, exactly.
85.
Exactly.
No, he'll
So many
say
people are
anything.
idiots.
He'll say Joe Rogan is an anti-vaxxer who gives
Vowsh.
credence to far-right conspiracy theories. Who said he'd vote for Bernie because Bernie was the one who showed up to talk to
Exactly.
him. Okay.
No, Vowsh. He said he was going to vote for
Oh,
Bernie.
damn.
A lot of people in his audience would have done the exact same thing because they just had the knee-jerk reaction that he was the most anti-establishment candidate, which is actually what a lot of people do vote on. That's why Trump was so successful. And Bernie absolutely would have got a bunch of Trump voters and a bunch of.
Yeah, Ellen will be fun to have on for that guy. It's Wash going nice. Yeah, I have to DM Ellen. You always have nice conversation. Hope the feeling's mutual, but I feel like we always have nice conversations.
Libertarian voters and independent voters because they actually felt like he was anti-establishment, because they actually felt like he was being honest with his critiques.
He did well in the Joe Rogan interview, but he didn't shit on the Democratic Party the way that you wanted him to. So he did well in spite of doing that. I think he was able to come across as authentic and engaged without having to lose ground in that fashion.
But here's where I think that the maybe there's a little bit more of an explicit line that you would agree with. The fact that he continuously talked about how Joe Biden was oh, my good friend Joe. He refused to call out Joe Biden explicitly on the debate stage for you know, his comments on wanting to cut Social Security, right? Like he was just like, oh, people can Google it, right? He should have hammered him directly for that, because I think he was too scared of
the Republicans,
you know,
winning.
Yeah, I honestly, I think, and also I think he was too afraid of being blamed for it, right? You know, he didn't want them to turn around and say, oh, you weakened Joe Biden so much and then still lost, and now Donald Trump is president. But I also think a byproduct of that was that he didn't follow through on his swing. You know what I mean? I think that Bernie Sanders definitely made contact with the ball, but he didn't follow through on his swing, and so it kind of chipped away his opportunity.
But that was smart.
I think that you could call it smart in the sense that he was playing it safe. He was playing it safe, but he didn't give it the final push that he would have needed to himself become the nominee, because he was unwilling to slay the dragon.
Imagine if he had been ruthless against Joe Biden, had lost the primary, had said he's not going to endorse Biden, had criticized him relentlessly, and then Donald Trump went on to win in 2020. You realize that that would have set back leftist politics for half a century, right? Like Bernie Sanders would have been the effigy that MSNBC liberals burn in their fireplaces every year. It would have been over for us. I know it sucks that we have to like cuck ourselves out in electoral politics and play nice and play the game and everything, but that is those are the rules. They're skewed against us, but those are the rules. We can't not follow the rules because they exist for a reason. Namely, that if we don't follow them, things turn out worse for us than if we do. That's why I stress doing work in other venues, because we are very much on the back foot here. We do have a chance to do something meaningful within the electoral system, even if Joe Biden is running uncontested in the primaries, and that is not go fascist. And I consider that an incredibly worthwhile goal. I mean, far more so than... as I said, the difference between Bernie and Biden is infinitesimally small compared to the difference between Biden and Trump. I think that is something worth engaging in, being proud of. And we'll look for opportunities to change things for the better. More progressives than ever are in Congress, and more Democrats than ever like progressive policy positions. We clearly are doing something.
Right. Well, I also just wanted to push back a tiny bit and maybe defend Dr. West a bit, because Dr. West actually did vote for, or he endorsed Bernie Sanders in 2016 and 2020. Zach and I actually saw Dr. West speak at a Bernie Sanders rally right before the Iowa caucus in 2020. And he then endorsed Joe Biden after Bernie Sanders lost the nomination. So Dr. West is someone that I think understands the fact that the Democrats do represent a lesser of two evils. That's why he voted for Joe Biden and encouraged people to do so. So I don't think it's really fair to treat him like he just is this crank who doesn't understand the difference. I think he does understand the difference, and I think he saw what the Democrats did to Bernie Sanders, a campaign that he was part of, and like I said, was basically being a surrogate for at the time. I think he saw that and came to the conclusion that, well, the Democratic Party is not a viable way for progressives to make progress because of what they
Bernie
did.
He
right.
shifted the discourse massively to the left.
And I think Cornel West could potentially, hopefully, do the same thing, because maybe if this was 2016, he would have run as a Democrat, but he saw what they're doing to Marianne Williamson. He sees the fact that they're not letting there be debates. He sees the fact that they're not sanctioning any sort of an actual primary. So I think his thinking is, well, if that's the case, then this is the only way to get my talking points into the mainstream. This is the only way to get these priorities on the table at all.
Have more luck doing it running as a Democrat. As the third, first of all, he's not going to get 5%. But even if he did, he would get a smattering of a few million from the federal financing. And then what? He's not on the debate stage that people are going to be watching. Like, think about it. The Libertarian Party has more money put into it than he would get with federal funding, because the Libertarian Party is associated with a lot of wealthy think tanks. How many people watch the 2020 Libertarian Party primaries and subsequent, address in the general? It's not like corporate media is under any obligation to host an official debate three-way between him, Trump, and Cornell and Joe Biden, right? He's just going to be on his own stage alone with one person.
I mean, Ross Perot got on
the GoPro
independent candidate
in
the 90s.
This isn't a Ross Perot situation.
I'm just saying it is possible for a third party or independent candidate to get on the debate stage.
If the corporate media wants them to, sure, but the Libertarian Party candidate hasn't before, even though they've received more money then the Green Party stands to gain, just because the Libertarian Party has a lot of wealthy people who donate to it, the Mises Caucus, whatever. So I just like, it seems like the outcome here is that the best case scenario is we're sacrificing potential electoral viability for Biden over Trump in order to get a fraction of the public discourse power that the Libertarian candidates get.
I feel you, man. I just think that like the duopoly is one of the aspects of our country that needs to be fixed the most. I think that it directly enables and leads to fascism over and over again, predictably, like clockwork. And I think that at some point we have to stand up and demand more options. And if that means fighting to get a third voice, a leftist voice on the debate stage, I think that's a noble endeavor, even if it's not
noble goal.
Particular election season. I agree. Cornel West probably not going to win this election, but I still think we have to start somewhere. I think we have to start somewhere, and Cornel West is a pretty good place to start.
You have to wait until
opinion.
We're not under such threat, even if that means the rest of your life. Maybe you die waiting. Maybe your
But you just said that every
grandchildren.
Republican candidate is just as bad, if not worse, than Trump. So even if Trump wasn't the nominee, then when is not what you said?
Maybe 4, 8 years. Well, right now, sure, but give it time. Maybe the Republican Party shifts outward. Maybe they lose a ton of ground because their Nazi shit starts to weigh negatively on the American people. And to
counter Vowsh's thing a bit, to give a little bit of hopium, don't expect things to happen in your lifetime, but they very well might happen in your lifetime if you do your best and don't expect it. Like my parents fought against the regime in the 80s, and they didn't expect the regime to fall in their lifetime. They expected to just do their best and, leave it up to the future generations or something. And then the regime just fell in their lifetime. So, it's don't expect it, but sometimes it just happens, It's best not to expect it, but it does sometimes happen. Like no one in the underground opposition expected to see a whole system change within their lifetime.
Scales that we're dealing with here mean that maybe we just are unsatisfied with our electoral reach for decades at a time. But I mean, so what? That doesn't mean we can't make progress. So no, I mean it. So what? That doesn't mean we can't do stuff. That doesn't mean we can't.
It means that 50% of the time a fascist is going to become president.
Wait, no. That's not. If we overwhelmingly support the Democrats over the Republicans, we can push back the Republican Party. It doesn't have to be a 50-50.
I see where you're coming from, but I just think that people like you, they often seemingly have so much more energy to direct against third-party voters than they have to direct towards efforts like ranked choice voting, which would eliminate the spoiler effect in the first place. Like, I seriously, when I listen to people like you that hold this philosophy, I seriously think you spend more time advocating against third-party voters than you spend advocating for ranked choice voting, which would get rid of the whole spoiler effect in the first place and neutralize this entire problem.
I'm a supporter of ranked choice voting, but right now it's not really on the docket. I mean, my primary concern is making sure that Joe Biden wins. That's not really material to that outcome.
I feel like we can keep going back and forth, man, and I definitely understand where you're coming from. But all I would say
he needs to
is
win.
That
he can't not win.
I would say that yes, Donald Trump needs to lose, but I would love to see more energy from people that feel like you do.
I'm fighting for my kid and nephews and their kids. It's not for me. It's for them. I want it better for them, right? But keep in mind, it's not. Even though it might take a long time, maybe situation will change and your effort will bear fruit earlier. It's just important not to make it an expectation.
Towards getting us to ranked choice voting, then demonizing
it's
third-party voters.
Immaterial to the modern. The shift to ranked choice voting, which would be a shift for our federal electoral system, would be this nationwide discourse that is going to.
Do you think that's really more unachievable than Medicare for all or any of the other progressive priorities that we fight for?
I don't talk about Medicare for all right now. What do you? Is there a Medicare for all bill in the House?
You don't think we should talk about human rights atrocities like the death of 60,000 people a year due to lack of health insurance just because it's not viable. We can't talk about it.
You should talk about it, and I do talk about the need for there to be ranked choice voting, but I'm not going to act as though right now there's some kind of wedge or platform in which that can actually happen. I want to gradually shift people's perspectives on these issues so that if there is an opportunity to act on it, they then have the will to do so.
So it's just incrementalism. How is that even progressive?
Yeah, it's an electoral system. Incrementalism is the only thing possible within the system. Are you suggesting revolutionary violence?
Well, no, we're not suggesting revolutionary
I've
violence.
got like a ton of guns in my back room, so if it's kicking off now, I mean...
That's the thing. It's like, I agree with you actually abstractly, Vowsh, that maybe one of the only things that will ever lead to the kind of change that you and I and Gavin would envision, you know, if we were to start a country from scratch, right? And, you know, envision it as a socialist utopia, we would never get there without a revolution of power structure, right?
You can have a socialist utopia because, like, a utopia means it's perfect. Isn't communism the next thing?
In the same vein, Gavin and I are also interested in harm reduction. I think what it comes down to is that we're more willing to roll the dice. But
roll the dice on fascism, man.
I hear where you're coming back on it, which is why we've made the caveats lots of times that, you know, if you are in a swing state like Pennsylvania, you're going to have, you know, a decision on your hands to make. I'm pretty entrenched in the...
Don't roll the dice on fascism. Don't. Just don't.
I feel like
please, I'm begging.
But Vowsh, what would your final thoughts be, or whatever, you know, for
vote for Joe Biden. Those are the final thoughts. I hope Vowsh will say my final thoughts are vote for Joe Biden. It would have been epic, real, and cool if it was just short and to the point. Vote for Joe. Insane.
But for the people listening, you want to sway.
Vote for Joe.
From a historical perspective, if one were to look at this in retrospect, the idea of we had two choices, one of them a continuation of neoliberal policies with incremental improvements at times, and the other being fascism and the end of our democracy. And I rolled the dice on a slight chance of possibly getting a slightly louder voice to the potential of a third-party candidate advocating for a system in which they would have a future chance of winning. It's such an esoteric and long shot take to weigh against something so important and meaningful right now. And the last thing I want to say is I don't want anyone to get the impression that anything that I'm saying is doomer, you know? As far as I'm concerned, I have like a melon baller, you know? And it balls melons, and somebody's coming up to me and they're like, okay, well, can you do heart surgery with it? I think we should do heart surgery. I'm like, this fucking balls melons. And they were like, you don't think that can be used to do heart surgery? What are you, doomer? What do you think we can't do? Well, that's not what it's for. Electoralism is for suffering and for keeping the worst candidates out. It's so we can suffer and hate life and this country, which is what a socialist should be doing all the time.
My God.
More radical action.
I don't want to suffer.
The ballot box.
Yeah, well, to quote our friend Dafini, who was on our show yesterday, I think she said that basically what you just said about electoralism, right? There's not much you can get done with it in any way, at least as far as a presidential election is concerned. But what it does provide a great opportunity for is a mass education of the American people. That's what Bernie Sanders proved. And I think that someone like Cornel West, who is undeniably an incredibly gifted communicator capable of speaking to and reaching swaths of this country that are not on the left, that are not progressives, see his conversations with
melon baller.
Tucker Carlson as an example of his ability.
It's a melon baller. It's balls melons. That's not true. It performs heart surgery.
To reach those people
Stop
and communicate.
lying to me.
At very least, lift the boats of activism. They can bring more attention towards the issues that do matter, and frankly, the human rights atrocities.
I deserve the surgery.
Oversee, including the Democrats, and in my opinion, and
I'm heartless. I deserve a heart surgery.
Between our analysis, but in my opinion, whether or not there's a bill for Medicare for all on the table or not, you don't stop talking about those tens of thousands of dead Americans that literally die every year, murdered by our government, state-sponsored violence due to a lack of health care. I don't think you stop talking about that. I don't think you stop talking about the atrocities being, committed in places like Palestine, which both parties oversee. I don't think you stop.
It's Palestine, not Palestine. I really doubt how well people on the right would take to any of Colonel West's way of speaking.
Talking about the eco side and the drilling permits that Joe Biden has just approved, more so even than Donald Trump did. And if we have an opportunity to talk about those things that a presidential election provides us, if we have an opportunity to bring those things up and to, try to hold Biden accountable in the smallest possible way we can, then I think it's worth it. And honestly,
What happened?
Damn, Gavin got pulled off at the stump. He was.
Yeah, sorry guys, my Mac keeps unplugging. But yeah, I mean, I guess that's what I would say, man. I certainly see where you're coming at it from, and I think it's an interesting conversation. I truly do.
Oh, it is an interesting conversation. Just speaking of tens of thousands of dead Americans, just remember that there are tens of thousands of dead Germans who were killed in 1919 when the socialists of that country failed to understand their historical time and place and ground themselves to death against the SPD. We're very bad at knowing when it's our time and place to make change, and it's a dangerous gamble because when we're wrong, we all die first. That's how the poem begins, right? First they came for the communists, then the trade unionists. Yeah. So
it's a poem?
Be careful.
Sure.
Thanks for coming on, Vowsh. It was great chatting with you. I'm sure we'll do it again sometime. It was a pleasure.
I hope you both have a wonderful day. And it was. Thank you.
Yeah, for sure, man. Take it.
Take care.
Thanks, Vowsh. And thanks everyone that tuned in. It was a great conversation, really important conversation. And yeah, genuine, sincere thank you, Vowsh, for engaging and having the discussion.
Of course. Y'all have a wonderful day. Got another debate to do.
Okay. It's over. We're finishing the stream for today after this. Okay?
Peace.
Good luck, man.
Peace and love. Yes.
Yeah.
Well, we had a conversation.
Wowie, wow, wow, wow.
Just
Okay. Next time we do the next one. Thank you all for coming. Love and solidarity. Everything like that. You are all appreciated here. Thank you all for coming to the stream. I hope to see you all next time. If you enjoy what I do, always consider hitting the bell and subscribing and coming to the page and donating to me on the page or subscribing to me on the page. Consider these things because they help me be afloat. Love and solidarity. And I will go write it. Love and solidarity. Hop and solidarity. Hop. I press end stream. Thank you for coming. It was great. Amazing. And stream.